everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am Medium Kelly Kristen. Thank you so much for being here with me tonight. I hope everyone's having a great week. I hope everyone's shining their light bright, like we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks. I actually brought a very special guest with me tonight, my good friend, Amy Figueroa. And I brought her because she is one of those people who shines her light bright every single day. So, I met, well, first of all, let me say welcome, Amy. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Nice to
Hi.
see you.
You too. Thank you so much for agreeing to come on here with me. So I try to always share my friends that are, the ones that are bright and shiny and do amazing things. So Amy is a mixed media artist. She uses journaling to actually do meditation. She is a channeled writer and an intuitive artist. So we're going to get to find out all about that tonight. I actually met Amy at a paint party, right? And it was at one of the studios that I used to work out at. And, when you just know, like, another soul, that's kind of how it was with her. Mostly because she has that big, bright, shiny light, but also because she has a very beautiful soul. So I'm lucky enough to call her friend. We, get to hang out together. She's local with me, so I thought she'd be perfect to bring on tonight. So, Amy, first of all, can you just tell us where we can find you on social media? Because I don't want to forget that.
Okay, you can find me at Amy, AMY _ FIG _ Amy Fig. And then I also have a separate account for my business, which is called Book of Magic. And that's at Book of Magic with a K and _ on Instagram. I'm at Book of Magic on YouTube and also on Etsy, Book Magic with a K.
Okay, awesome. And I will put that all on my webpage at mediumkellykristen.com or on my social media. So I already know what you do and how amazing you are, but maybe you can tell us how you started doing this, what got you interested, or have you always done this?
Well, I've been doing art journaling for I've always drawn, I've always painted my entire life. And I found art journaling on YouTube by watching other people do it about 10 years ago. I thought it was a genius idea, a way to practice learning painting skills and also writing. I love to do both. And so I just dove deep into it and became obsessed with it. I watched, a million videos on it. And I developed my own way of creating in there. After trying and failing many times to teach art journaling as a class, I realized that I'd rather just stay home in my cave and work on it and make it. It evolved into my own meditation practice, and it just became a place to go, kind of like a temple that I could just go and forget about everything as when I was in my journal. And so I learned how to practice my intuition, and I learned about channeled writing by looking at videos from Lee Harris, who's very famous for channeling. And he was talking about an exercise that you could do to channel would be to ask yourself the question, what does my soul want to say to me today? And then answer that question through writing, stream of consciousness writing, just letting it all flow out. So how I started was by watching YouTube videos and then tweaking everything to what felt right for me.
That's really beautiful. And I have to say that Amy is also a very talented artist, right? So while if I were doing this, I could also do the process, but my artwork would not be the same. So she has that beautiful gift. But also, one of the things that I love that she did during COVID was she made these little, like, I guess you would call them tutorials or little videos that showed the process that she went through. And I just thought it was really beautiful because I actually tried it. And so, Amy, do you remember the one like where you just had us do like kind of channeled writing, just write down whatever we wanted to, and then we kind of did like a painting on top of it? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to show people is to do the channeled writing on a piece of paper or in your journal and then paint right on top of it. And you can allow whatever words you want to show through, to be seen, or you can paint over all of it. But I love doing that. It's really fun. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it was. Um, I think sometimes when we get the words down on paper, it's so like freeing, kind of, right? And it's really fun to do the artwork, even though mine wasn't so great. But it didn't matter, right? Because it felt like it was the way it was supposed to be. So that's one of my favorite things that you do or did. And I know that you do little videos, like time release ones of how you do your journals. You want to talk about your journals a little bit? Those are beautiful. The ones that
Yeah.
you make. Yeah.
Yes, I've been recently making some scrap journals or what might be called junk journals. It's just a bunch of scraps of paper, like kind of book paper. Some of my drawings are in there, paper that with paint splattered on it. It's anything that might spark some inspiration for you to create on top of it. So I bind those myself and I'm selling those on Etsy. But I'm making them and talking about them because uh, it's what I can see in my community is that we're all becoming more aware and more conscious of ourselves. And we're learning so much about ourselves all the time. And myself included, I started finding it really fun to record all of these revelations that I'm finding in this journal. Um, and then adding art with it, it makes it, you know, even more special. So, and then, like you were saying, how you or other people might feel that they don't have the art skills, like they haven't had the practice yet.
Right.
I'm also making collage sheets of my drawings so that anyone can use them and you can download them easily on Etsy and they're only $3 and then you can cut them out and put them in your own journal and add writing and add other collage elements to it. So you're actually creating the design, but I'm just helping you a little bit.
Right. I love that. That's perfect for me. Um, okay. We have 2 minutes left, I think. So let's just I want to talk about really quick about the intuitive painting that you do. And I know that you did one for me, like maybe 2 years ago, and it was of my spirit guide. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes.
So I think you did that intuitively, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Yeah.
The process of that would be tuning in to myself and having you or the client in mind, and then just opening myself up to whatever information comes in. And I was using tarot cards also as an extra element of guidance. And then just letting an image come out. And if, the practical way of looking at it is that whoever it's for will see what they need to see in it. If you see your spirit guide in it, then that's what it is for you. So it was just like an extension of me tuning in and practicing my own intuition.
Beautiful. I love all that. And I think that's one way that people can learn to shine their light bright, right? By journaling, by painting, writing. Actually, Amy is going to agree, or I'm trying to convince her to do a class with me. So that'll be on my website where she'll come help teach or co-teach with me. And I want to thank her for being here. All this information will be on my website, mediumkellykristen.com. And I can't wait to work with Amy, and I can't wait for you to meet her in classes as well. And I don't know, do you want to say anything else, Amy?
This was really fun, and it went by way too fast. Oh my God.
I know, it goes by so fast, but we'll have you on again.
Look at my artwork. Go look at my artwork. Amy Fig on Instagram.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
To any question, you'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello there, hi, and welcome to Eleanor Grace at gracedestiny.com. Now look, I've got my crystal ball here, all ready and waiting to really connect through to you tonight. Well, it's tonight here in the UK, of course, and over there in the States, it's early in the afternoon. I think it's even earlier in Australia, but welcome to the show. So this is my crystal ball. This is one with citrine in it, and I use this crystal to really focus onto prosperity and onto the finer essences in your reading. So we're looking at a higher energy and we're looking at a higher profile here for you, and this I think will really just give you some extra little images to think about, some extra messages that may come through in a reading, but it heightens the connection between our mere mortal souls here and those loved ones in spirit, our guides, our guiding angels that walk alongside us invisibly very often. But also it will give us that extra intuitive power for ourselves. Each one of us will benefit from having a little look into the crystal or holding some crystals, maybe even getting a hold of a crystal ball yourself. So during the show here, I will be focusing onto the crystal, as well as really wanting to show you some of the cards as well that I use. Now, here, we've got them the right way up. Let's put them the right way up. There we are. These are the Mythic Tarot. Now, the Mythic Tarot are all about Greek mythology, which is hence the Mythic Tarot deck. These are very ancient. I've had these cards now all for probably 30 years, I would say. So they're a bit battered and bruised. You can see all on the back of the cards there that they've been very well used. So these cards are very much about how to connect through to the ancient energies. So with these cards, I tend to look into the past a lot. Perhaps some past lives may come through as well. But this is about those ancient myths that were told thousands of years ago, to all of us to be able to understand moral codes and how to be aware of those other energies that we live with, because we are all walking alongside other energies too. So this is a really powerful tool to be able to use in your readings, and this is exactly what we are going to do here this evening. And this afternoon, of course. I mean, that's exactly where you are today. So the first card now that I am, in fact, going to look at here is where you are going in your life. So let's see here. This is the Five of Cups that is coming through. The Five of Cups is a card very much reminiscent of perhaps a person chasing a few rainbows down, just really pushing life forward, wanting to have some responses here from a loved one, perhaps, or perhaps even just responses out there in society. But this is where you will really connect through to somebody who is special. You're waiting, waiting, waiting for that important person to come along. So I do think we've got Rachel here in Bear, Delaware. Hello, Rachel. Are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hello, good. Hello to you. Okay, you're through to me, Eleanor Grace. Let me have a look at you. Now, first of all, I'm going to take a card for you, Rachel. And
Okay.
what I am seeing for you, more or less straight away, is a sense of a little bit of sense of foreboding that you're a bit sort of nervous and anxious, worried about the near future, the coming couple of months that is around you, and that is not something to be feared, not at all. But I feel that this has got some concern for you. So I think that these are important months now for you to be able to make decisions. You've been a hermit here, which is your present card. So I think you're locking yourself away and trying to understand what has happened in the past year. There's knowledge, understanding, wisdom that is with this card, but you're having to assimilate all of that information yourself. This is about you, your life, your place in it, and then, this little bit of trepidation going forward, January, February, March, these are the months that, really you're carving out a new pathway for yourself. And that's what I see. I see you walking barefoot along the beach, along the sand, and sort of making a sort of dredge for you. And this is very therapeutic. So if you could ever get to be near the sea at this time, near the coast, that would help. It would just bring in some energies that allow you to see that pathway in a real sense, in real time, because you do have a lot of doubts and fears as well. You will be presenting an opportunity or an outcome, solution, let me just put it like that. You're suggesting here something that you want to have with a partner, with somebody who is a man who's very close to you, a person that can make you happy and make you feel good. So you will have to present him with what you want, really, a big picture of what you want for yourself, for this relationship, and how you want to go forward. So I think it is painting a picture of your hopes and dreams. Lots of worries, I think, again, have come in the recent past. I feel that you have a sense of loss as well. There are souls in spirit around you. I can sense them coming in and wanting to communicate with you as well, Rachel. And I've got two ladies that are here, one very strong man as well, and then there's other males behind him. So it does look as though there's a quite strong ancestral sort of feeling here that the angels are wanting to share with you, that your passions and your hopes and your dreams are in fact going to be realized, and that you don't need to be grieving or too overly concerned about those loved ones that have passed. They're being well taken care of. I feel that this is you that needs to be considering your position. So again, we've got this man here standing by your side. I feel that he is a powerful person. And a person that you have to persuade. So I think you're in the
I just lost
middle
my
here.
fiance 2 weeks ago.
That's what it is. That's what the spirits are coming in. So who is it that you've got to persuade? Who is it that you're talking to, that you seem to want to have a resolution from? It's so powerful. So somebody is objecting to either what you want for yourself or what is being left for you. And that you have to come up with a solution. Do you understand that, Rachel? Does that make
I
sense
do.
to you? All
Yes,
right.
it does.
As long as you understand it, because sometimes we get messages and we think doesn't quite make sense to me, but it will make sense to you. So the one man who's standing tall, he's got angels behind him. So it's him, isn't it? Your fiance. And who is Ben? Do you know a Benji or Ben? That name's coming through from spirit to me. Is he somebody that you're aware of?
No, I don't know any Ben.
Okay, not for you. This is your man, your fiance here, who you've lost, is here with you.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. I'm having a really hard time.
Oh, Rachel, this is awful. This is really awful for you. Was this sudden?
Yeah.
Did he go suddenly? That I felt as though there was a sudden,
it was an overdose. It was not expected.
Yeah. I don't think he meant it, did he? It just
No.
didn't seem to be meant. Medication, was this prescription medication as well? Was he prescribed any medication here? Because I feel that it was something to hand. He had it in his hand. I'm being shown
He may have had some in the medicine cabinet, but
okay,
I'm pretty sure it was other drugs.
Cocktail. There's another man here. I'm showing you him, and he seems to be important to you, and a person that will reach out to you very soon and will provide you with answers, and also will provide you with, I think, a lot of healing. There's healing. So at the moment you're in shock, Rachel. This is a complete shock for you.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Understandably, and you're left with all sorts here to try and work out. So we've got the crystal that I'm bringing in here, which has got some aquamarine light in it. This is very powerful healing light. This is what you're being sent, and you need it. You really do need to be shown which way to go forward, how you can really present yourself in the sort of manner that you want to. I think you've got pride and dignity. It's a lot to cope with, a lot to face, as you will be taking, strides forward. That name of Ben, which is, I think, Benji, I think it's actually Benjamin, is called Benji. It's been shouted out to me again. I want you to watch for that name over the next year, because I feel that this is a physical guide for you, somebody who is being sent to you to help you through this turbulent time, and also to make you see that you need to actually accept some good choices in your life. There are solutions here for you. And as I said to you, you're walking along the beach here. Maybe that's a symbol as well of spirit actually walking with you. So your fiance walking along that sand with you, and you're carving out, you're dredging out here a new pathway. And that pathway has everything to do with you just making everything better for yourself, and also, allowing yourself to really make some great sort of, I think, sort of acknowledgements. I think you're acknowledging your fiance's part to play in your life, where he took you to, and also you playing such an important part in his life, where the two of you could
We were together 24/7 all the time. We never left each other's side. Like, he was all I knew.
Yeah. That's the closeness that I've got, how he has helped you, you have helped him. And that, I think, is a really sort of important recognition, and one in which you should be proud, because you've loved so deeply, and yet it's not the end for you. You still have a great deal to do here in your lifetime, and it's a long life that's ahead for you as well. There will be help coming. This is a tough time for you right now, but love is there. He is there for you. He's growing in strength and stature, and there's 2 ladies with him. So I'm going to wish you well, and I'm so sorry, so very, very sorry for your loss. A lot of people don't say that often enough because it's so painful right now, but it's going to get easier, sweet. It will get easier. Make those decisions for yourself. Be kind to yourself. Don't punish yourself. It wasn't your fault. There was nothing that you could do or nothing that could be done that wasn't attempted. So take care now, Rachel. I think the future, even though it seems very dark at the moment, will be very bright as you go forward. January, February, March, these 3 months are hard. 9 of swords, lots of worry, anxiety, sort of crying tears. And of course, the event itself just 2 weeks ago. So not the best start at all to this year, but look forward. April will mark a turning point, and watch out for some birds, because I feel that birds come near your house, near your home, and they bring messages from spirit for you. So just look out for some chirpy birds around your windowsill, around your home, and that's him saying hello. So thank you for coming in, and I'm now going to, that's my pleasure, sweet, and cheerio. Do come through to me if you want a reading on my website. That's gracedestiny.com. Right now, I'm going to go to Laura. Hello, is it Laura?
Laura, yeah.
Laura, hello, Laura, hi. How are you, Laura?
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yes, not bad, not bad. Coming to you from London here in the United Kingdom. Laura, what I see for you is a great deal of, how can I say it? Starting again with a clean sheet of paper, that you're going to write your own story again, and that there's peace here all around you, and everything plain and simple and easy. So you've reached this point now after many, many trials and tribulations and sort of deliberations, I will say as well, onto, well, what you should do next, where you should go next. And this, I feel, is your time that you're coming into that really dictates exactly what it is that you should be focusing on, what you should be concentrating on. And I've got the sun here that's shining for you. The sun is a very special card. It brings in happiness, and that's what you're looking for. A deep personal happiness that you can rely upon. There's a card behind it. So let's see what's there. You're going to be asking from the mythic deck. This is the Greek old ancient mythic deck of the tarot. You'll be asking for some guidance and also for some spiritual connections as well. These spiritual connections will be made, I feel, because you're asking for the guidance from spirit. It makes you very close here to spirit, quite psychic yourself, and wanting to explore a lot more and find out a lot more as well. Is that true? Is that what you're about now, that you want to see a lot more of what is happening in the spirit world and explore your own intuition and your own psychic senses, because they are being elevated? You will have had dreams, and you also are asking here for a wish. There's a wish that I think you've asked for already, that is going to be brought to you, is being brought true, is being made true. And this is about you being rescued and wanting to really feel as though you deserve a break, that you deserve to have special people around you, and that you're free. You're free of certain obligations and certain restrictions, and that what I want to do is sort of push away all the negative people that seem to be Klingons, as I call them, they wanting to hang on to your energy. Do you understand that? Do you find that you collect
I do.
these individuals, right, and they sort of feed off you a little bit, want
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
really take from you, and that's hard to
Right.
cope with, isn't it? It is, really quite
Yeah.
difficult to understand why people behave like that, but also I think that
Yeah.
it shows you that you're a dynamo here. You're an attraction, you have a center of light that is bringing people towards you, and that is very powerful. The connection is powerful, but you're going to be freed. I mean, again, I've got this lonesome picture of you. I don't see you being lonely. I think you
Yeah.
really sort of keep yourself very occupied. You're very busy. I think you're very alert and very switched on. But there is an isolation about you as well that I think you would really
Yeah.
want, a soulmate, somebody to come in and to share a pathway with you. Not
Well,
necessarily
I
a
have a
physical
husband.
partner. Pardon?
Yeah. No,
Pardon, what
because
did you
I have
say?
my husband, but I have been feeling lonely about my family because I've been
Yeah,
sick and I've had 3 surgeries, and I just felt like I didn't have anybody but my husband,
yeah,
which was
yeah.
very sad.
Yeah, this wasn't about your physical partnership, which is what I was going on to say, such
Yeah.
as your
Yeah.
husband. It's the wider picture of,
Yeah.
isolation, having to deal with things on your own, having to
Mhm.
cope on your own, and perhaps being
Right.
disappointed as well that,
Yeah.
certain people
Yeah.
didn't show up when they could have done and should have done. But I think that is the
Yeah.
process that you've been going through where negative people
Mhm.
have been taken away, and
Mhm.
that's left room for more positive people to come in, and that's what's going to happen. You've got new friends here
Okay.
waiting to greet you. I've just got this. Let me just have another quick look now, a longer look into the crystal.
Okay.
I want to see into the center. And there's a bubble that's forming here, and it's like fire. They've got some fire right into the center of your crystal ball, and it's burning brightly. So I think that there will be signals on the horizon for you of
Okay.
individuals who are full of passion and full of interest and creativity, who are coming here to join you, and they're like little bubbles of fire that is energy, that's full of fun and activity. That's what is ahead. So these are new people. I feel that you will belong to
Mhm.
them, perhaps as
Okay.
a sort of consequence of your illnesses, your operations, your experiences.
Mhm.
Use it
Yeah.
to your very, very best
Okay.
advantage, because that
Well.
way you're starting from common ground where you've got, you know, lots of things in common with those that you're reaching out to. And when you reach out, they're going to reach back to you. You also, did you feel as though your mother was with you during this time of incarceration where you had operations? Because I feel that there was certainly lots of spirit, lots of familiar sort of senses that were here, sort of smells and feelings that somebody was there and that you would turn round and spirit was there, almost like a near death, where you felt as though you were sinking or
Mhm.
floating. Did that happen?
Yeah.
I don't mean drug related,
It did.
sort of
No,
anesthesia.
it did when I was having my second surgery. I felt as though I had
Yeah,
died,
yeah, you felt
but I
like
didn't.
that's
Yeah.
what I've got, and that sort of
Mhm.
wilderness feeling of, floating
Yeah.
and not really knowing quite where you were going to. But you were
Mhm.
held here. You were held by
Yeah.
angels. You were held by
Yeah.
loved ones who sort of brought you back, and that's
Yeah.
sort of descent is here. And I mean, the image that I've got is like a great big chute, but it was a chute of light. So if you can imagine, it was rainbow light all the way down. You were at the top, and it was like a slide, a chute that no, you've got to go back there, and there's the beating heart, and that's the fire that I had in the center of your crystal. Now, there's another 3 people that you know or will know who are going to come close to you, have had very, very similar experiences, and you're sharing it because they're your soul family. They've come in. You don't know them yet, I don't think. They're not your family members, your blood family. This is your soul family. These are individuals being brought to you now to allow you to experience life in a much, much brighter and bolder way. Now, your husband, has he been sleeping a lot recently? Because I've got a tired man.
He has.
Very tired man. Sort of the message here is lift him up a bit, shake him up a bit, give him some energy pills or vitamins or something. Try and sort of get him going again, because I feel that this is more a sort of little sign of that depressive type of feeling, or I've given up, or I can't be bothered. I don't think he is, but I think it's early signals of that. He's just tired, and we all do get tired as we get older. But I feel that this is a little bit more than that. So I think he was so worried about you, so very worried about you here, Laura, and couldn't really contemplate what life may have been like without you. And I think that's sunk him down quite a lot. But there's a ring that he's going to get you, or he's given you already, but it seems to signify that longevity of the two of you, really being together and wanting to celebrate that marriage, the union that you have. Do you have a son? Is there a boy between you?
No.
You don't have
we're getting a boy bunny.
Okay.
We have a boy bunny coming.
All right, that's probably what it is then, because there's something between you and a boy. That's what I was getting. So lots of pleasure with that. However,
I'm so surprised that you said that, because
are you?
The other day, I was talking to my doctor, and things weren't going as well as I wanted. So I said to my husband, I don't want to go on anymore. And I think that's what it happened.
Yeah. Well, I think that, you're now going to pick yourself up here, Laura. And it's a delight that you've had these messages, because you can make sense of it, can't you? And that means that there's life ahead, there's opportunity ahead, and there's a life for you ahead. Don't give up, and wake your husband up, and go out and have a good time. Go out and have a drink. Really do that for me. Okay, it's lovely to speak to you, and no more tears. And I'm going to go and leave you. We've got to go. We've got the end of the show. Lovely to speak now. And thank you to Laura for coming in on my Eleanor Grace Destiny show. So I hope to see you all again next week, same time here, 7 o'clock in the UK on A1R and Moonstruck TV and radio, and of course 2 o'clock in the USA. So have a great week, everybody, and I'll see you same time, same place next week. Bye-bye now.
Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Urban Monk with the Urban Monk UK. Urban Monk UK. Search Long Road to Richmond on Facebook.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Urban Monk
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to Monk Towers, the Urban Monk Show live on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. Hope you're all doing well and keeping warm if you're in where I am, or keeping cool if you're in a nice warm part of the world. So tonight, I want to just revisit something I spoke about on an earlier show, which is fear. What is fear and what the issue is with regard to attachment. Attachment is one of those things that is the biggest cause of fear. So we'll look at fear and what it is, apart from an emotion. So we've all heard the sayings, the acronyms fear, false evidence appearing real. But you can twist that on its face or on its head, and you can say face everything and rise. So there's two ways of looking at fear. If we think about what fear is as an emotion, it's really from back in prehistoric cavemen's days when it was a fight or flight syndrome. You know, we were likely to be, when we weren't top of the food chain, if you like, we were likely to be eaten by a predator. And so the body kicked into fear to give you that extra burst of adrenaline or chemicals in the body so you could make a hasty retreat or fight if you needed to. So it was the fight or flight syndrome. And most countries today and most civilized parts of the world, if you like, we don't run the risk of being eaten by a predator or murdered in our sleep. So it's things that occur in everyday life that create that fear, fight or flight syndrome, and the chemicals that are released, which, as we know, alter the vibrational level of the body and go on to cause illness and other issues, if you like. So realistically, fight or flight syndrome for us as humans today is really unnecessary. And so other things in life, attackers, if you like, the problems at work, the deadline that we have to meet, the fear of losing our house, and on a topical subject, the fear of putting on the heating. There's a worldwide cost of living crisis. You know, in the UK, it's no different. And so people I speak to on a daily basis are afraid to put on the heating. They need to make a choice. Do I eat or heat? Well, realistically, the only thing that we can worry about is right now. And so if we let the fear of the utility companies cutting us off, then that's going to cause more problems than it is just facing the reality day by day. A close friend of mine, a client, but a close friend, was sat, head in his hands, don't know what I'm going to do, I don't know I'm going to pay my bill, I don't know what I'm going to do. And really, all I could do was say to him, just deal with it, you know, just deal with it today. Give the utility company a call. Yeah, but they won't do this and they won't do that. Have you rang them? No, I haven't. Well, give them a ring and see what will happen. And again, he did. He listened to what I'd got to say. He gave them a call and managed to reduce his utility bills by nearly 50% in the short term, but until he can get over this kind of issue, which gives him more money for, you know, presents for Christmas and for the holiday season. And so he left that phone call feeling elated and happy, where before he'd been beside himself. So it's that kind of worry about things that are to come, or we imagine they are to come, which, as I've spoke about before, I call catastrophizing. We think about an issue that might be bad, really bad. And so we kind of act in a way to try and prevent that from happening, but we do it through worry or through fear, instead of just being present, being in the moment and dealing with it here and now if we can. If we can't, we accept the worst that can happen and we do everything we can in the present moment to stop that from happening. We don't behave in a way that we think is going to stop it from happening, bury our head in the sand. We don't run away from it. We speak to people, we are present, and we trust the universe will provide. So it's like the attachment. If he wasn't worried about the utility bills, why would he be that concerned about losing, having his power cut off? Ultimately, that will lead to being in debt. Ultimately, that will lead to him losing his house. So the attachment to his house is the thing that causes him to catastrophize and worry. But today, he makes the phone call. He doesn't lose his utility. He doesn't lose his house. And so everything was okay by not being attached, by considering, and it's going to sound quite severe and bizarre, by considering the fact that he may lose his house. If he can accept that that's the worst possible outcome, nobody died, he's not going to go to prison, he can pick himself up and start again. It's the thought or the fear of starting again that make people start to panic. It's the attachment to the house that makes him worry. Worrying about losing that makes him start to panic. The fight or flight situation kicks in, the adrenaline starts to flow, the chemicals start to flow. We find that we don't need to run away from a marauding saber-toothed tiger. And so all it does is alter the vibrational energy or level of the body. And that, as I've said before, as we now know, creates illness. But if we face everything and rise, we face the possibility that he might lose the house. We accept the possibility that he might lose the house, and we rise to the occasion, if you like. We rise to the challenge of dealing with it by being present, by allowing everything to happen. Do nothing, remember, and nothing remains undone. It's one of those weird sayings. It's almost like a double negative. So if you do nothing, nothing remains undone. Therefore, everything takes place as it should. Attachment is the same in personal relationships. We have a fear of losing a loved one, and we panic about that. We catastrophize about that. We make sure that everything's okay. The roads are icy, so we take extra care to make sure the person leaving the house is ultra safe. Ring me when you get to work, because I'll worry that a situation has arisen. Well, the person walking to work or driving to work probably isn't concerned, because they're capable of walking in the ice, they're capable of driving in the ice. So the person that said, ring me when you get to work, is the one with that anxiety and that issue, rather than, it sounds horrible and hard, if something did happen, dealing with it then, dealing with it exactly as it happened by being present and in the now. So attachment, again, to relationships, that you've got a partner and you love that person. So it's the attachment to that person that makes you fear losing them. So you kind of change your personality. You become what you think they want you to be in order to keep them. It's more important that you think about yourself. Be who you are, be true to who you are, and don't catastrophize. If something happens within that relationship, accept the worst that can possibly happen. You may have to start again. We start again. Nobody died. Nobody went to prison. Nobody held a gun to your head. And so it sounds quite callous and cold, but you are the most important thing in your life. Your vibrational energy is the most important thing in your life. And if we exude gratitude and love and appreciation, what I've said before, we vibrate at those levels, guess what the universe gives you? So instead of catastrophizing and panicking and being attached to that person, making them feel cloyed or restrained or accusing you of being controlling, it comes from a genuine place. You try to make sure that everything's okay and you care for that person. But if they turn around and say, why are you controlling? Why do you tell me to do this? Why do you want me to ring you every time I get to work just to make sure I'm safe? That comes from a place of love from yourself. But how is that interpreted by the other person? It's that attachment. It's that fear of loss. It's that fear of losing that person within that relationship. Can you start again? Do you want to start again? Is it really worth changing yourself to please that other person? Because then you stop being who you really are. If you are who you really are, and that other person really does love you, they will accept you for that. If not, there's many times, many relationships that I know of where people have changed who they are to try and please the other person or appease the other person, and in the end it's ended up not working. You know, the relationship ends because that person resents the other for making them behave in a certain way, and yet they chose to behave that way out of fear of loss, out of that attachment. It's the same in all walks of life. The new car, do I need the new car? Do I really need the latest iPhone? That's an attachment. It's a fear of not being up with the kids, trendy, having the latest gadget. We all spend time putting ourselves out there to get things instead of thinking about our own personal mind space, our energy, our mindfulness, our silence, our presence, our gratitude. Just be today. Just be in the moment. Just be conscious of that. Acknowledge, as I've said many, many, many times, acknowledge the thoughts. What if he does walk to work and fall over? What if she does bump the car? Take those thoughts, acknowledge them, but let them go. Don't identify with them. Don't catastrophize. Don't be attached. It's nice to love something. It's nice to love someone, but love starts inside. Love starts in yourself. And I was told many, many years ago, and I couldn't really kind of get my head around that. If you love yourself, brackets, arrogance, close brackets, if you love yourself more than anything else, then you have untold amounts of love to give to other people. You have to be confident in yourself. You have to love yourself first before you can love someone else. It's about attachment. It's about the fear of loss. False evidence appearing real. Let's change that, people. Let's change it, make it face everything and rise. And with that, I'll bid you fond farewell. Wrap up tight if you're nice and cold like I am. And, well, I won't say about taking your clothes off because producer Dave might have something to say, but stay safe if it's warm and hot. Wrap up if it's cold, and have a great week, and I'll see you next time. Thanks for viewing. Take care.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Susanna Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, lovely, lovely friends. Thank you very much for joining me. You are live with me here on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio, and Moonstruck TV. And I'm your host, Susanna Hershaw, medium, your psychic medium through times of change. So thank you very much for joining me, and you are listening and you are watching this show, Susanna Medium. And oh my goodness me, it's exciting to be back, because last week, you see, I told you today, or this week, I'm celebrating my 3rd year, starting my 3rd year here on this, or with this wonderful network. So hippie hooray for another 3 and 6 and 9 and 963 and 639 and 12 and various numbers and years to come here, and Ask One Radio and all the team behind the scene. Thank you very much for all your support. So here we go. It's good to be here. Excuse me, and the voice is good here as well. So today, my lovely friends, I'd like to tell you a story. So I like stories, so stay on till the very, very end. Now, you see, I'm a musician, and from time to time, I enjoy listening to music or playing music. Not very often, or not that much, because I quite like silence, and actually I prefer silence. But on this occasion, a few days ago, I found a beautiful, beautiful meditation music. You know, one of those pieces which lasts for 10 hours, that goes as a loop and loop and loop, and you can sit in meditation or you can go asleep, and with that music, you can do anything what you want to do. But then you see that music, it really caught my attention because it did not have any beat, it did not have any story in that sense. But it was beautifully holding the space, and how I can describe the music. It wasn't green, it was more of the blues and the turquoise, those colors. That was the music. So beautifully holding the space. And as I was sitting down, I was really very much immediately in my heart space. So I got my little lesson. But then I kept on listening to that music that was on my laptop here. And then you see, as I was sitting, I looked into one of the social media pages, you know, the social media page where you would have an object on the wall, and then that makes the sound of that object. So I was on that social media, and not as if I am doing much there, or I'm really looking into so many things, but there's something really caught my attention. There was this page, because somebody guided me to that page, and I was watching, and I was looking at the various slides, and then the various little stories really about everything what is happening in our world, why this music is at the background. And then you see, for the split second, I just imagine myself or the whole situation being in a film. You know, if I had a camera over there and just recording everything, how this person is looking at everything, the little icons and what is happening in the world, while this music is holding the space. And it really felt quite an interesting energy there. But then you see, what I found was on one little icon, excuse me, on one little icons there was a bear. The bear who was wandering around the streets in one of the big American cities, I think, was wandering around. And most certainly a bear should not be wandering around. So that caught my attention for a little while. And then I was looking at another set where I saw a lot of snow in one place where it should not be that much snow. So people could not really step out of their homes. So I was watching that little clip as well. And then you see how the whole thing is. It looks like that we've got all these icons. Nothing is moving unless you put your attention, put your cursor on them, and they start coming to life. And then I was going with the ones which were interesting in some sense, so I really needed to look at those things. So anyway, I saw the bear wandering, and I saw the snow. And then the next one, I remember seeing a place where people try to ski because it's January, but there was no snow. So I don't know, they were doing something else, just looking at the grass really, because I was looking at the grass. And then the next one, you see, I found a slope covered with snow, and a man trying to slide and ski, and that man was followed by a bear. It wasn't that bear I saw first, but it's a different bear. And I said to myself, now finally everything is in the right place, the snow and the slope and the man, and maybe the bear was following, trying to catch this man. So I really wanted to see what was happening to the man. So I watched until the very end, this little clip, what was happening to the man. I'm sure the man was fine. But then I said to myself, finally, things are on one clip. Everything is in the right place, the snow and then a man. And then, okay, there is a bear there as well, but then is the bear's natural habitat. So here we go. But then my attention went on to current affairs. So, what is happening in our current world. I did not really look into many things because it is not really my really great interest. But I just clicked on various things for a couple of seconds. And then while this music, this beautiful music was at the background, holding everything together, for me. And I was really feeling that actually, I was wasting my time. Most certainly I was wasting my time about 15 or 20 minutes just by watching and looking at these things. Were they necessary for me to know? Maybe not. Maybe for a little while I need to know what is happening, but we cannot know everything. We cannot give our attention to every single thing happening, whether they are important, less important, or the least important things. But then you see this camera, this imaginary camera catching the whole thing, me watching and observing and just pondering about the whole world. It really made me think how much we are wasting time just by maybe being on social media and doing various things. And instead of just really thinking about what is happening in our lives, what we can do to make a change or shift something. And then you see, why this music, it was about 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, so it was very quiet, and this music was really holding the space, and then was really holding the space, and made me wonder that, maybe one day when we go back to God's spirit consciousness, and when we are looking at our lives, especially the new generation, the young generation, they might see everything in pictures, they might see everything in pixels and high resolution, I don't know, various things with music at the background, without music, maybe fast, or the volume up, or playing with the volume, or playing with the, I don't know what you can add, various pictures or short videos, not the long ones, because nobody has time to watch the long ones. We all want to have the short ones. And I just imagine, maybe when we go back, or the time when we go back to God consciousness spirit, and then we will have all our lives laid out in front of us. Are we going to see everything in small icons? Let's say we would have like 15 little icons in a year, the most important things highlighted, and how we would see, where would we give our attention, where would we put the cursor. Yes, actually, I want to check that one. And maybe I want to have a little revision on that situation, or maybe actually I want to delete that one. I want to make it blurred over there. I want to take the color out of that one. And I just really thought about how it's going to work out for all of us. We don't know, but then we have certain. I take it as an evidence. I take it as anecdotal. Now, hang on, what is the word? Anecdotes, yes, anecdotal evidence that this is what we are going to see or experience. But then you see, I kept thinking, because I like this kind of thinking, and the music was holding the space, and I was really in this space of wondering. And then for a split second, I was actually thinking of, are we going to look at or be proud of those little icons, the short videos on our palette of our lives, where we did something, where we contributed something to somebody else. Or maybe we are going to continue complaining about somebody else, a neighbor or a colleague or a child or a spouse or a parent or the family or a community, somebody in a community. So our attention is going to be on somebody else out there. And when we are back to God and spirit consciousness, are we still going to complain about those situations and then blame those people and blame those situations for the failure of our own lives? Or we are going to maybe we are going to be in denial, maybe we are going to, but actually, we cannot be in denial because this is still our story. So whether we are feeling very proud of those instances where we helped somebody or we contributed or we created something or we were really living our life and really living from our heart space and created something. And created something for the benefit of others, not just for myself, but then for somebody else. And then you the same, think about your own life. What did you create? What have you created so far? What is going to be on your palette when you are going back to God consciousness? What kind of pictures, what kind of short videos, what kind of icons are you going to have? What kind of stories you are going to create to your pictures or your stories? What kind of labels are you going to put onto your short videos or your icons? Are you going to have colorful pictures, or are you going to keep things black and white? Or what is the frequency? What kind of colors? Or how are you going to present? How are you going to reflect about your own life? And then, of course, are you going to have music? Are we going to have the music which is rushing us through, which is actually more than 60, 65 beats in a minute, and it's going to hold us, and keeps us moving and moving and moving. So what kind of music are we going to have as a background when we are reviewing our own life? Or maybe we are going to have the very, very chilled out, the blues, maybe we will have like 28 beats in a minute or 37 beats in a minute. Maybe we will have that one throughout our life. Maybe we will have those ones where we have pause, where we chose to be quiet, where we did not want to have anything and anybody around us. And maybe for a couple of years, we don't have anything and anybody on our palette. So you see, I'm not saying I don't know, but the whole situation really made me think on the whole experience, because it doesn't matter you are young or middle-aged or young in your heart and young in your body, and you call yourself a 60, 70 or 80-year-old person, doesn't matter. We are all young. With the very, very moment, we are very, very young, and we've got many, many good times ahead of us and many more opportunities to make those moments and weeks and months and years to make a lot of sense. So my invitation to you, my lovely listener, is that just think about that. What are you going to put on your palette? A few weeks ago, I talked to you about one side and the other side of the canvas, this year and last year, the old year and the new year. So that's really just focusing on one segment of our time here, what we are experiencing right now. But then you think about that, pause and look around and have a little different view of your life. What are you really proud of? What you want to keep? What you want to create? Where are you going from this very moment? So something to ponder about for another 7 days, and I'm going to be back in 7 days. So thank you very much for joining me. This was our show, Susanna Medium, with your host, myself, Susanna Hirsch, a medium, your psychic medium through the times of change what we experience right now. If you are interested in my work, come to my social media pages, all the pages, everything is Susanna Medium, SusannaMedium.com, always 9 letters. So from this place, I'm sending you lots of love, many, many blessings, and A1R behind the scene. Thanks very much for your support, and see you in 7 days' time. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm Psychic Medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, and I'll be your host for a little bit. I am from Psychic Paths, right there. And you can contact me for a reading at psychicpaths.com or find me on Facebook at Psychic Paths. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. And tonight, I am really hoping for a good call. So pick up the phone and call if you have any questions that you would need answered tonight. I want to say that I'm very excited about the new moon. The new moon a couple days ago was in Aquarius, and Aquarius is ruled by a planet, Uranus, that is about change. So this is the perfect time to set your intentions and affirm the things that you want in life. It's an energetic new moon, and it's time to let go of the things that no longer benefit you and to move forward on things that do. And you can set your mind to the intentions and the affirmations of what you want for this year. I'm really excited because this is a great time to think and spend time on the things that you want this new year to be. So yeah, I'm really excited. So we have a caller tonight, and her name is Chelsea, and she's from Indiana. Hello.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good. What can I help with tonight?
I saw that you guys were doing medium readings tonight.
Yes.
I am.
So,
do I just go ahead and speak out on who I'm wanting to see if they're coming through or not, or?
that would be really great. We have a little time
I'm
here.
looking for either my father to come through or my grandmother.
Okay, hang on a minute and let me see if they come forward. Hang on. I feel a heaviness. It is either one of those that you want to speak with, or any of those were they dealing with some like depression or some anxiety? Because I feel a heaviness.
My father, yes, possibly that could be him. My grandmother, no.
Okay. Um, okay, so I kind of see a gentleman, and he seems to be, yeah, he seems to be unhappy, but he seems to be not physically okay either. Um, complaints. There seems to be complaints. So I hope that resonates, that there were things that bothered him a lot physically, along with it seems like a sadness. And it seems like from this gentleman, I'm getting that he really did try to work it out. He tried to work hard and do the things he was supposed to do. But I feel like there was a sadness. Um,
I've discovered recently the person he had me grow up calling Grandpa was not actually his father. Does anything like that come through? Seeing me discovering the true DNA
it feels
following.
it feels kind of like that. What I'm getting is that that he didn't want you to have to deal with what he was dealing with, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So there was a facade of a, I guess you know this. It's a facade that things were fine, but things were not fine for him.
That's correct.
I didn't know how to read that because he's sad, but he kind of didn't want you to be a part of that. So that explains that. So when you did
the way of his passing was with a car accident. Drugs were involved, depression, sadness. That all kind of ties with that.
That's what I feel. I feel that overbearing sadness. I feel maybe that's where the physical complaints. He didn't pass suddenly because it doesn't feel like a sudden death.
Correct.
So when you realized the DNA, did you kind of physically get excited? Because he's showing me that you were physically animated. You didn't just sit there.
Yes.
You were like,
no, I didn't just sit on it. Yeah, I definitely have dug into it. Just discovering family, I guess you could say.
I feel like he was relieved when you were relieved to understand the backstory of what was happening. I feel he's relieved as well as you're relieved. Now you wanted to speak with your grandmother, right?
Yes, which through that whole process, I discovered that she's actually his great aunt. Through this whole DNA discovery, not actually his mother.
Do you know the culprit of this? Because it feels like who initiated this whole thing, because I feel like she knew who that was. She knew.
Yes, she would have known. My father passed away when I was 5. However, my grandmother, who's technically my great aunt, she took me in every Thursday through Sunday. So she kind of took Dad's place.
Okay.
She definitely knew. It was her relation.
So I feel like your father is also grieving not having a real close bond with you and being there for you. And I feel like he was a bit immature. I feel like he had he survived, he would not have given you the good messages, if that makes sense. He knows that now. but he didn't know then. He didn't know the good messages to give someone. So is there some kind of item that was passed down from him? Because he's telling me that there's an item that you may have, or it's in the family, that he owned or had.
So I have a charm that he had with his picture in it, with him and his brother.
Okay. He loved you, and he's sad, and a part of him wants your forgiveness. And you don't have to do that right now. And the forgiveness is for him, but also for yourself when you're ready. That he was not able to be the father that you deserved. So I'm just going to put that out there. Because I'm not a big, forgive and heal type of person, because I feel like it's all in the right timing. But I'm telling you, because he's brought that up, that he would like you to forgive him. And you can do that at any time. But I want you to be aware that he's there. He's watching over you. He did see you open the DNA. And he's telling me that your upbringing was okay. It was good. It was not traumatizing.
Not nothing compared to his. No, I did have a really good dad.
He says that he said as a child you like to be alone. He's saying there are times when you just wanted to be alone. That's what he's showing me. And that's okay, because boy, I'm an introvert too. That's how I was. I like playing, and then I like to be alone. But he was there with you, and he's been with you, and he is very, very sorry. The aunt is a little defensive, so I'm going to leave her be defensive. She seems to be a very bossy woman too.
She was a supervisor.
Yes, she did not want to come through, and I think that that's her stuff. That's not me, and that's not you, but she wasn't ready for the conversation. But she loves you dearly too, and that's what she's bringing forth and wanting you to know. Okay?
Okay.
Well, I hope that I've been of some help tonight. They both love you dearly, and they're both by you. And I hope that this was okay for now. And if you want another reading, call in or write me or another person on the shows, and you'll get the answers you need. Okay? They're available.
Okay, thank you so much.
You have a great night, and thank you so much for allowing me to share.
You too.
All right, good night. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for listening. Have a great week, and I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Hello. It's Tammy Petricelli with Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk. Messing with my picture here. Anyway, how are you today? I am in Newark, Delaware, where we are actually getting a little sleet today. We were getting little teeny tiny hail balls. Anyway, I hope the weather is wonderful where you are. And I hope you're ready for February, because, you know, January, people kind of get a little melancholy because they're taking down the decorations. You know, there's nothing really great going on. But you know what there is? We're at the end of the Chinese New Year. Tomorrow here in America, we look for Puxatawny Phil, who just a few hours from me in Pennsylvania. And that's where, does he or does he not see his shadow? And does that mean we will have 2 more months of winter, or will we get early spring? You know, I don't know. They let an octopus pick the soccer winners, and now we let a rodent pick our weather channel. Anyway, how are you today? I'm hoping we're going to get a great call today. We shall see. And but so we got the end of the Chinese New Year, or the Asian New Year. Let me say that properly. We've got Puxatawny Phil and tomorrow, 2 days, and then we'll have Mardi Gras. You know, and that's celebrated around the world. So get your king cake recipes ready, and whatever. And I'm just getting some notes here. Okay, so for those of you who want to know, before I take Marky in Fresno, that so hopefully she's getting better weather than we are, that I am on the eastern seaboard here, so the EST time zone are the same as in New York. So if you want to make a private appointment with me, you can always go to my website, TammyPetricelli.com, or PikeCreekReiki.com. You can follow me on Facebook, and I do Zoom calls also in person and Zoom and by phone. But let's see what Marky wants to know today. Hi, Marky. And how's the weather where you?
It's cold a little bit.
Yes, evidently everywhere that it's supposed to be warm is getting cold, and we're supposed to be under knee deep in snow, and it's been pretty good weather. I am not going to complain. So, Marky, did you have a question for me, or would you like me to try and connect with a loved one?
I have a question. I want to know, will me and my husband be moving this year?
Are you selling a house? Do you have a home to sell?
No, we're actually we're not selling anything.
Okay. The reason I
We're
ask you,
trying to move.
Okay, the reason I ask you that is that I feel that there will be 2 moves this year. So you may have a temporary place and then another one towards the end of the year. So I'm looking at 2 different moves. Now, sometimes that also means jobs. So they're telling me that there are going to be changes in May. So either where you live or where one of you is working. Do one of you work remote, please? Does your husband work remote?
Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like something will be changing there. And earlier, like maybe in the springtime, but then it won't be until after the summer. So even if you get a temporary place, like say your lease is up and you need a temporary lease, or you go month to month or something. But I see more towards the end of the year. But I want to say that are you looking at somewhere that's colder? Because I'm seeing you in colder weather, so you may not be going where you think you are.
No, not really.
Yeah, so I'm feeling like you may be surprised at where you end up, but look for 2 different changes this year. And it really makes me feel like your living situation will be twice, moving twice within the year, within months, within half a year. And I know that's probably not on your radar, but I am feeling that. So if it's not a physical move, then it's going to be something with the job move. I do feel your husband staying remote, working remotely, but I feel that I felt it more with him than with you in changes within the job. So let me see how I feel about that. It's funny because I don't feel like he completely changes the company or the business that he works for, but is he working on a second job or a side hustle or a personal business, please?
No.
Well, don't be surprised.
Okay.
Because I feel like it will change for him, and it almost feels like taking a second career with him, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Does he do radio or voiceover work at all?
No.
Would there be any chance for him?
I don't know.
Any chance for him to do, podcast, radio, something where he's working with the computer? So whether it's maybe doing some training work. I feel with him
I don't
still.
know he could.
He what?
I said I don't know he could. I don't know.
Well, don't be surprised if an offer comes in for something like that. It just seems like it's going to be very different from what he is doing now, or it will have something to do with, projecting his voice or his image through computer. So I still see him doing that, but in a totally different form than what he's doing now. And you have the big dog now?
No.
Did you lose a large dog?
No.
I am seeing a very large, looks dark brown dog coming in. Like a really big lab, or it's a short hair dog, and this dog is pretty big. And I do feel him coming in, so I'm hoping it's for you. And I keep hearing dog walking. So I don't know if when you walk, you see this dog, if it's not yours, but I really do. Yeah, I do feel like it's here, not on the other side. Are you planning to get a dog?
I don't know. I was looking at dogs the day before yesterday.
Okay, Spirit knows that. So the large brown short-haired dog may just simply be representative of a dog, because that's how we get our information. We see pictures, videos, hear things, images, and we have to interpret them. So it may just be an interpretation of the dog coming into your life, but not necessarily the large brown one. But please, if you do get that large brown one, you're going to have to let me know. Because it would just be, sometimes I see these things before you guys do, and you go, no, no, no. And then boom. Also, you have the little girl, the toddler.
Yeah.
Okay. This is just
I
Spirit.
didn't tell you that.
I know you didn't. That's just Spirit telling me what's going on with you. And they're probably giving me this type of information so that you feel more confident with the information that I gave you earlier. The fact that hubby may be getting a second opportunity, and that there's the possibility of moving twice. Okay. So they're letting me know that you're interested in getting a dog, that you've been looking at dogs or considering it, and that you do have a little girl toddler, at home. So sometimes they throw this stuff out just so that you have a little more confidence in the information that you're getting. I always say, don't make any life-altering decisions on anything that myself included, any psychic or medium tells you, because you do have free will, and you make your own decisions in your own life. Here at Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center, my daughter and I don't read people more than twice a year, and unless they just come to Spirit Circle. But I hope that that information is helpful to you, and I do wish you a lot of luck, because definitely you will be moving, if not once, twice. But I see that the 2 changes this year. So Marky, thank you so much for calling in today. And right here, I will be right back here next week, 3:15 Tuesdays, Moonstruck.tv, A1R Psychic Radio. And you can always go to my website or my Facebook page if you're interested in a private reading. Mwah. Namaste. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful week. And, Facebook Friday, noon, Eastern Standard Time. We'll do this again. Bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday to look through the tarot cards. I've got a cold today. Isn't that wonderful? A good old-fashioned cold. Nothing serious. Just annoying enough to be annoying. It's just, I hate colds because you're not really sick enough for anybody to want to rush to your bedside and take care of you. But you're sick enough that it's nasty, and it's just, you feel, yeah. But here I am, shuffling up the cards, ready to go. And we are, we're more than halfway through January. It's been a nice winter here in New York, which is, if there's one thing that characterizes New York, it's not the theater, it's not the eccentric people, it's the constant level of complaining that we have. Many years ago, you go to the Internet Archive and you'll find loads of recordings by Gene Shepard, who is the narrator of the wonderful movie A Christmas Story, from his book. And there is a recording there from, I think, 1961, is somewhere buried in there, of him explaining how New Yorkers go berserk when there's rain. That he says water falling from the sky makes big, brave New Yorkers go limp, and they panic, and it's a mess. But the same thing here now. We don't have snow. We haven't had snow this year, and people are complaining. They're whining and complaining about the lack of snow. Well, we're going to get snow. I mean, this is almost a given. It's been only about, I think, 4 years since we went this long without snow, and it's just not, in terms of geology and climate. That's not even a microsecond. But we're going to get snow, and you know what's going to happen then? People are going to complain. They're going to complain about too much snow. They're going to hound the mayor for not cleaning up the driveways. You know, the whole thing. I've come to believe in my 282 years as a New Yorker that it just feels that way, that complaining is the thing. You know, they talk about people who, Harry Cohn, the guy who founded Columbia Pictures, his advice to people was, kid, he was one of those tough guys who always said, kid, yeah, there goes my nose, you see. The best advice for going through life is always go through life as though you're demanding to see the manager, which, of course, today there'll be a video about you and call you a Karen, but that's neither here nor there. But complaining, you know, I learned long ago, you used to see, you can't please everybody, they would say. I'm starting to believe you just really can't please anybody, so you might as well just do what you think is right, do what you think is best, enjoy your life, and don't worry about complaining, because anybody who can complain that there's no snow and then complain a little while later that there is snow. And by the way, people are so grouchy when they get old. Remember how much you loved snow when you were little? Now we don't even have snow days here in New York for kids. That's the truth. They don't shut the schools down because of snow. They make the kids not trod through the snow, but go on a laptop or a computer, a desktop, or whatever you use, a phone, who knows. But you have to attend school through the internet. Now, one of the joys of childhood was getting up on certain mornings and knowing that you're headed over to Central Park or Riverside Park, in my case, with a sled, and you're going to spend endless hours climbing up a hill just to zoom down it and then climb it up again and zoom down. Do people still do that? That was so much fun. It was ridiculous, but it was fun. It was just what we were supposed to do. Because when you're a child, that's a job, you see. That's your job as a child. There's certain things you have to do. And one of the things, whether you like it or not, is you have to go climb a hill. Generally, there's one about every 3 blocks in New York called Suicide Hill. And everyone thinks that theirs is the only one. All the kids do. And you get into fights with kids in other neighborhoods about whose Suicide Hill is the most dangerous. And we all hear the same urban legend about the kid who went off of the grass and onto the concrete and cut his fingers off. Kids are gruesome, you know that? Kids are just really gruesome. But that's our life. As a child, that's your work. You have to get up. They might as well have a time clock that you can punch when the snow comes, and you have to go a certain number of times up and down the hill. And then you go home and you collapse, and then you start sneezing a couple of days later. And here we are. I have all the benefits of the cold without having done any of that. But I don't complain. I try not to complain about anything. If there's one thing that I don't complain about, it's complaining. But I'm relating it. I'm relating that to you. If you come to New York to visit, you'll have a great time. You're not going to get murdered. Trust me about that. You know, chances are you're going to get killed. If you're not, first of all, odds are you're not going to get murdered. But the odds are if you do get killed, it'll be by somebody you know and love who has a very good reason for doing it. It's not going to be killed by a total stranger. That's the way it usually goes. But the places that you want to see here in New York are highly protected, like where I am in the Theater District and the Times Square area. It's pretty good. That's rather morbid, but hey, these are the facts. People are led to believe that there's crime waves. I was in school, believe it or not, I did go to school. I went to high school, and a group of kids caught another group of kids robbing the lockers in the gym, and they beat them up. Now, it just so happened that the kids who were doing the robbing had white-colored skin, and the kids who were being robbed and did the beating up had black-colored skin. And I knew all of those kids who were involved, and there wasn't a single person around who didn't want to beat up those other kids. They were obnoxious kids. But that was simply it. They were found robbing the lockers while everybody was in the gym. The New York Times reported that as a race riot, literally a race riot, and racial strife, and that goes back to 1960. Okay, I'm not going to review. It was the 60s, let's say. Could have been the 70s, but it depends on how old I am at any given moment. I adjust my age. Did you know that? You do that too, don't you? You adjust your age as necessary. Depends on how I feel in the morning. Right now, I'm feeling very old. But that's when I learned not to particularly trust the news, because I knew the kids involved. I knew what had happened. I was almost a witness to it. The only thing that stopped me from being a witness to it is that I'm not very big on bouncing a ball, and just for the hell of it, So these were just kids who liked playing basketball in the gym, and they were good at it. And then they came out a little early and saw these other guys opening the lockers and stealing watches and things like that. And they gave them what is informally known in New York as an alley party. But according to the New York Times, there was nothing but racial strife in that school, and it was awful. You'd never know it by being there. But hey, there you go. That was the first lesson I learned about news. Not long after that, I went to work at a television station, and part of my job was preparing news. So I was well prepared for that. Well, I'm glad to be back with you tonight. We're going to spend as much of an hour as we can without me taking up too much time bloviating and telling you about all kinds of things. I usually do that a lot, but if I do it now, it'll be about how sick I am of chicken soup. And I don't think you want to hear that. Hot and sour soup, I like. That I like. I make hot and sour soup when I have a cold, because it clears the sinuses, as far as I know. The way I do it anyway. I use loads and loads of Tabasco sauce, and vinegar is in there too. That's a simple way to do it. You can find any simple recipe online for making hot and sour soup. If not, just drop me a line and ask Taro at earthlink.net, and I'll tell you how I do it. But I am a product of hot and sour soup right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a voice, and I would be sneezing, and I would be complaining and crying and whining and complaining. That's what I would be doing, because I'm a New Yorker. And let's stop complaining. It would be nice if complaining has become an art form now. There's whole political parties that just live on complaining. There's whole politicians who just run on complaining, which I find quite amusing when the people in charge of things start complaining about things. But that's neither here nor there, because those people come and go, and the realities of life, such as tarot and magic and the beauty of the universe, it's all here. And we ought to just enjoy it as much as we can. And I'm very fond of saying, there's a whole industry out there that's designed just to upset you, and it's called the news industry. And I'm not saying you should not pay attention to current events. Just don't let it get you down, because they will always find something to upset you. Notice as soon as they were finished with the chaos over the Speaker of the House, now it's, the chaos over the debt ceiling. And then as soon as they work that out, which they will, it'll be, the chaos over something else. Because that moves product, that sells things. Well, here we deal with the realities of life. We deal with the beauty of living, and we try to take a peek around the corner of time and space with the tarot cards. So I'm going to now ring a bell 3 times to declare a sacred space, and we'll jump right into the readings. The first up is Christy in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Hello, Christy. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing as well as I can be. I'm just with a cold. I'm just afraid I'm going to start sneezing, and I have this bizarre fear that I'm gonna get somebody sick in the audience, which is really stupid. But you know, I still feel it. You have a cold also?
I do. Where I live is so. I mean, we got allergies so bad here.
Oh gosh, you know something? I never knew how bad they could be. But this is a little tip for you. If you can avoid getting pneumonia, do that, because I had pneumonia a few years back and it left me with allergies. And I called the doctor and I said, what the heck? What is that all about? And they said, oh, yeah, that's like a side thing. If you get pneumonia, the chances are pretty good that you'll end up with allergies. And I said, well, I did. Is this what people have been going through all the time? He said, yeah. I said, oh, man. So if anybody out there with allergies, do me a favor. I'm not a violent person, but if somebody starts making fun of you for the allergies, just punch them in the nose for me, would you? Just tell them Reverend Elliott said it's okay. I'm sure the police will go for that. Yeah. So, the allergies. Yeah, my heart is with you there.
It's bad because it's humid a lot here.
Oh, here it's I don't know, humid, and like I said, everybody here in New York complains all the time about the weather, but humid it isn't until maybe August. Then we get humidity. But I always think
it's 70 here. Like tomorrow it's gonna be like 74.
Yeah.
75.
But I keep thinking, because you can look, there's a wonderful website called Shorpy, SHORPY. They have high-resolution photographs going back to the early 20th century and late 19th century. And they're just beautiful pictures, and a lot of them show New York. And one is called The Close of a Career, which is kind of gross, but it just shows kids playing in the gutter in New York in the early 20th century with a dead horse lying there. Because that's what they did. And now I know that pollution is a bad thing and that the cars are polluting the air, but I'd hate to think what this town in New York smelled like in August when we had horses all over the place, because horses have their own form of pollution, and it's bad enough, but in the August heat, oh man.
Right.
But I've done some time traveling, as they say. There's a wonderful book, if you can find it, get it. It's called Practical Time Travel. It's a very little book. It's a slim book. It's excruciatingly expensive for some reason. It's become famous. I bought one a few years ago for $3, but they're up to like $60, $70, $80. So if you can find a decent price for one of those, get it, and it'll show you how you can travel around in time. This is something I discussed a few weeks ago. I do firmly believe that we carry the memories of all our ancestors within us, and we can access those through meditation. And I've gone back to New York in the past, and I'm not doing that ever again because it smelled awful, awful, awful. So listen, what can we look at for you tonight? Maybe now that our noses are clogged, it'll be the perfect time for the bad smell.
I really don't know what's going on lately with me anymore, because it seems like I have so many setbacks. Like I don't think about the setbacks, but it's like I get 2-3 feet ahead of me and I'm 5 feet back. Like I got in an accident at work, and now I'm, just got so much with my back and my neck anymore that I've lost my job, and my relationship is failing with my boyfriend, and it's just so much going on. I don't know what is going on. So I was just calling to see what is going on with me, or is there any good things coming?
Yes. Yeah. The first thing I have is good news, which is that the 10 of Swords is the first card I got while you were describing that. And the 10 of Swords means the bad times are over. That means the worst has happened and it's over. I also have the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. There are things happening that are very confusing in terms of romance in your life, which I've got cup cards here, which are about romance. And they're kind of up in the air, and it's very bewildering. But we know that from what you said. But so I'll skip that and just get to the part that looks good. There's a sign here of a new relationship coming, and now that can mean two different things. That could mean that your older relationship will reach another level, or there will be something new coming to you. Because I'm getting positive. The Knight of Cups is about something new happening in terms of affairs of the heart. And the Ace of Cups is also about something new coming. But it's also a card about growing happiness and good things on the way. Now, this is consistent with the Ten of Swords, which says that the worst is over and things are going to start getting better for you. So either you're going to have a new relationship that is going to be very good, or the older one, the one that, has problems, that's going to work out.
Okay.
So that's good. The main thing here is that Ten of Swords, which literally means that the world has thrown its worst at you and you're still here and you're going to get up and keep going. So
Okay.
it's good news. Anything else you want to look at?
Do you think they're going to get to the bottom of my neck and my lower back? Because for 6 months I've been down.
Well, the card that I had about that was hope and optimism, was the star.
Okay.
So that's a good thing too. But I keep getting here like the Ace of Cups and the Ten of Cups. In terms of the cups, I'm getting happy stuff for you. So I think that you'll get through that. You'll get over it. I mean, here's the Sun. I was hoping to get that card, and there it is. That's the card of healing and health and growth. So I think things are going to work out very well for you. It's just the back is awful. I mean, I had a doctor one time who told me that human beings are never meant to walk upright, and that's the problem. And then I thanked him and got a new doctor. That's not what I wanted to hear. But yeah, back problems are whew, man. So as long as you're getting medical attention and you're following what they're saying you should do, and you feel comfortable with it, and you don't ever hesitate to get second opinions, is the way I feel. But the card here that I was hoping I would see for you, anytime somebody has a medical problem, I hope to see that card. And there it is. It's the Sun, which is health and healing and growth and happiness.
Good, because it'd be in my favor, because I mean, like I said, now I got unemployed. From where I was injured.
But you have a legal thing going, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I can take a look at that and see what there is with that. If you'd like, I'll shuffle the cards and take a look at the legal situation. We were involved in a legal thing here. It took a while. It took like a year and a half or so, but it's always
something
worth
that
pursuing.
I never would have thought of.
Same here. Okay. Well, this is good. The cards are very good. They're favorable here for you. I'll tell you what they are. I mean, there's nothing coming outright and saying, yes, you're going to win, but here's what you got, which is the same message. It's the Five of Rods, which is a card of stiff competition, but it has within it the promise that you can deal with that. Then there's the Nine of Cups, which shows a very happy, well-fed, content person. And then there's the Six of Coins, which is a card about receiving money. Okay? So you see what I'm getting at? And bingo, here's the one. And here's the card. Here's the biggie, the Justice card. You're going to get the justice that you're looking for. Now, as with many, and having been married to a lawyer for like almost 40 years, I should tell you, I understand. You may not get everything you want, but what I'm seeing in these cards is that you'll do okay. I'm not seeing that. That's me talking. That's just me. That's not the cards. The cards are not saying you're not going to get everything you want. You know what I mean? That's just me. The cards are showing. You look at that Six of Coins. You look that up on the internet, the Six of Coins with tarot, and they all show a guy handing out money. That's the good one. The Justice card speaks for itself. You will be getting justice, and the Nine of Cups is, like I said, is a contented, happy person who's very well fed and enjoys the good things in life. So we can infer from that you're going to do all right financially too. Okay.
Well, good. Well,
so hang in there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elliott. Thank you.
Get over that cold, and I promise to get over mine too.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. does my voice get lower when I have a cold? Does it sound more impressive when I'm sick and have a cold? I knew a guy who he had a radio gig, and every once in a while, every few years, he would develop polyps on his vocal cords, which apparently is something that happens to people who talk for a living. And when that happened, his voice would go way down, and he would make a fortune doing voiceovers for products and commercials and radio ads and TV ads, and then he'd go get the vocal cords scraped and get the polyps removed, and he'd had a fine voice, obviously, but when he had those polyps, he would just rake in the money. Those were the good old days. It wasn't me, that's for sure. I did a few commercials for radio in my time, but one time I was listening to an oldies station here in New York, and I was on a ladder painting the ceiling, and the radio was on, and one of my ads came on, and I almost fell off the ladder. I was so surprised to hear my own voice coming out of the wall. So I guess I'm not cut out for that business. Sabrina in Vancouver, British Columbia is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing tonight?
I'm not bad. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, just getting through a cold. So maybe hot water and bourbon would do it. Somebody told me to do that one time when I had a cold, but then I ended up with another problem, which I don't want to go into. So what can I look at for you tonight?
Okay, I guess one of the first thing is if you can see kind of what's going on with my aunt.
Okay. Is your aunt no longer with us?
Oh, she's still here.
Oh, good. Because I do get afterlife readings for afterlife things, and people are very delicate about that, and I try to kind of tiptoe around it a little bit. Okay, so you want to spy on your aunt, right? That tarot is good for that. So we see what's going on?
There's lots going on. Just wondering if you could see anything of how that's going to go.
Does this involve money?
It involves money and
because I have
lots of issues.
I have the King of Coins, the Queen of Coins, the Ace of Coins here. The first cards I pulled out, and the Two of Coins and the 10 of all these 5 cards I just pulled out are all about coins. So the cards are telling me look into money. Is something going on financially with her?
Yes.
Okay. There's struggle. There's a strike. There's somebody. Look, I'm going to do this as diplomatically as possible. There's somebody behind the scenes doing something bad. Is that what you see going on?
Well, I thought there was one person, but I'm not sure if there's just one or more now.
Well, I definitely have a card here about one person. It's a 5 of Swords, which is not a very good card. 5s are trouble in tarot, and the 5 of Swords shows a rather smug person sneaking around, doing bad stuff, let's say, in the background, and that's not a good sign. I also have the 7 of Rods, which is a person, it could be you, who can handle that, can sweep away all these obstacles and will be successful at handling it. That's the 6 of Rods. So what I'm seeing is, while there's somebody who's creating trouble, there's somebody else who is going to be able to handle it and stop it and just stop the troubles, which is something I like to see when I find a troublemaker in the deck, because it's not nice, that's pretty much the person to be concerned about here is a very charismatic person, an attractive person, a person who is powerful and impresses people. There's somebody around like that?
There definitely is one. And there's someone else that we've kind of put in charge to try to stop it.
Well, from what I see here, what you're doing to stop it is going to work. And here's the justice card again. I had that just earlier for the previous caller. That the card said there will be justice done here. You know, that's why I have the 6 of rods here, which tells me that things are going to work out very, very well. But it's going to be a struggle. Although you're going to be able to handle the struggle. That's the 7 of rods.
Okay, be okay.
But there is somebody who's doing things that is not the best interest in your aunt, and you know this, so that's good.
Yes.
So the cards are just pretty much confirming what you know, is that there is somebody doing this. The 10 of coins is the card I have here at the finish, which is a happy ending to all that. It's going to work out all right.
Okay.
So that's good.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm just wondering if you could see something or anything with my mom's overall health.
Health, let's see. I'll shuffle them up again. Let's see. You know, I've got cards of waiting, like the 2 of rods, the 2 of swords. 2s are about balance. 2s are waiting. 3 of rods is waiting for something to bear fruit. It tells me that if there was something that was wrong health-wise, it's in abeyance right now. That it looks like this is a good period.
So
okay.
The health overall with her seems to be okay.
I'm not seeing anything wrong here. I'm seeing just everything kind of status quo like, you know. No, that's just a set of cards here many miles away. If you have any concerns, you know, please go check it out with the doctor, because this could also mean that if there is anything wrong, they can find it and deal with it.
Okay.
But what I see now is things are kind of stable. You know, I'm getting well-balanced cards. Let's just put it that way. Things are stable.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
I guess the last one is, I guess, what do you see happening in the future with me?
Well, overall, I see that you need, and you're going to take some time out for yourself, and you're going to have balance restored. Your life feels out of balance. Don't you feel that at times?
Yes.
Well, you're going to restore that balance. I have the 4 of Swords, which is taking time out and just letting things percolate around you, just relaxing, and the Temperance card, which is things returning to balance, and I think that's just about what you need at this point. You'll be good at that. The World card is here. That's a card of success. So you need to take care of yourself a little bit more. You're very good about helping other people, is what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
You're going to need to take some time out for yourself, because, you know, I know it sounds selfish, but you can't help other people if you don't take care of yourself first. And you'll do that. You'll do that. And the Temperance card shows me that you will retain balance in your life. You'll have a return to balance, and that's good, because you've been very busy. From what I see here, emotionally and mentally, you've been quite busy. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Yeah. So that 4 of Swords is a nice relaxing period of just taking time out for yourself. Okay, so look to do that, because you have it coming and you deserve it. I just shuffled and cut the cards again, and I got the Temperance card again. Definitely balance is coming your way. So that's good.
And do you see anything spiritual happening here?
Well, the whole thing is going to be wrapped in spiritual accoutrements here, because I've got the Judgment card, which there's going to be a rebirth. After you get that, see, there's the sword, the 4 of Swords again. That's that period of resting. That's followed by the Judgment card, the Temperance card now again. The Empress, which is a card of making things grow, a person who's very creative. Yeah, you're going to head for something very good spiritually if you can get that time out for yourself and just pull the various forces in your life into balance. And you're working on that, and you're going to succeed at it from what I see.
Okay, and I guess just, how do I word it? Spiritual protection around me would be very important for me.
Well, I'm seeing that, and see, the other thing is, the Nine of Coins is here, for instance, and that is a card of a person who is at peace with herself and at one with herself and can be all right alone. It doesn't mean loneliness. It doesn't mean being a hermit. It just means that you're centered and you're at peace. And that was the balance that you had, and you're going to be getting that back. Okay?
Okay. Okay, so I'll be getting the peace, the balance back again.
Yes. Oh, yeah. There's balance will be restored to your life if you can take out some time just for yourself and pull away from these things, because that'll help you a great deal.
Okay, and spiritually,
there's a period of growth coming after that.
After that,
yeah.
Okay.
But you'll get there. See, I've got like the Six of Swords here, which tells me you will get there. You will make it.
Okay, and could you suggest anything to be to help spiritually protection, or
what kind of protection do you need?
just from being safe and not being, I don't know if the proper word is let's say attack?
Well, okay, I will do this. First of all, I'll tell you, I think that period of time out that I saw on the cards will answer that, because you'll be able to do that. But get yourself a return candle. They're kind of large, but you can get them at various occult supply places like Wisdom products or Azure Green, things like that. And it's half black and half red. And if anybody's sending you anything negative, burning that is said to return it to them. So that could help you out.
Okay, great.
Because there is some negativity going on around the situations that you're describing, but you're pretty well covered for it. But get a return candle and try that out.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. And hey, look at that. We've come to the halfway mark, and you're listening to Reverend Elliott's The Magical Window. I call it the magical window, but it's really just tarot cards. I don't know what struck me to call it a magical window, but it's at least I didn't call it magical goggles. You know, that would sound kind of silly. Would you imagine being tied to that for 11 years doing a show called Reverend Elliott's Magical Goggles? Although beer goggles are close enough to that, and we discussed that earlier when I said somebody told me to go out and drink bourbon when I had a cold. I'm not going to explain what happened to me after that. Sarah in Conway, South Carolina is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Good, how are you?
I'm doing okay, considering I just have a bit of an annoying cold. How are you?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Like, is there anyone around me protecting me?
You looking for spiritual protection, maybe like from the other side?
Well, I was thinking if there's my daughter around me protecting me.
Has you lost your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Let's see what we've got here. Well, I have, well, the first card I have here is the High Priestess, and that's one of the cards that I look for when somebody asks me to see a thing like that, because the High Priestess sees behind the veil being that which separates this world from the one to come. So this is something positive is going to emerge from this reading. Here's the Death card. That's another. See, okay. The cards are falling into place here. The card that I have, and there are two cards I have here, and we can read these as a message. they're both tens, and tens are about completion. Tens are, in this case, very positive. There's the 10 of cups and the 10 of coins, which is a card of, these are both cards of happiness and cards of family. And the 10 of swords, I have 3 10 cards here. These are cards of completion, which of course, you know, her time here was completed and now she's somewhere else. The 10 of swords, though, is an interesting card in that it means the worst is over and I'm not suffering anymore. So I'm not going to ask you to go into any details about this, but the message I'm getting is that that I've found completion, fulfillment, and there's happiness here, and that the message. And I get these. This is what's so peculiar. I get these a lot when I do this kind of reading, almost every single time. And the message is about happiness and joy. And that's what they, I guess that what they're saying is that, and it's useless to say don't be sad because we're always going to be sad, but it says that that I'm happy, and that's the message that that I'm getting very emphatically from the spirit, because I have the High Priestess card and the Death card here, and I'm the interesting thing about the 10 of coins is that it's a card about ancestors. And it's almost, when I get that, and I get that a lot with these readings, is I'm with my ancestors. So this is a person who is, the spirit is doing very well. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
I just wanted to know, am I right about my health?
Well, let's see what I see about your health. And of course, if you have any doubts, you know, check with a physician. Very important.
Yes, sir.
As somebody who has had his share of medical visits in the last couple of years, you know, I can tell you. I'm seeing that you're very strong, you're very powerful, and you're going to do well. I mean, I'm not getting anything bad or good, if you know what I mean. I see life just continuing for you. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
But if you have any doubts, get a checkup, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
Oh, there was the. I haven't heard a dial tone in so many years. It's always quaint when I hear that. I like dial tones. I'm sitting here. I'm looking at a phone from the 1920s that I use, which has a dial on it, and I can no longer use the dial. So that my phone calling has been drastically limited from that particular instrument. But you'll see one day. You'll see what I've got here. I've got a nice brass candlestick 1920s phone, which I don't think originally had a dial on it. I think somebody put that on. I could probably get a touch-tone dial pad for that, but that would look pretty damn weird, don't you think? Amber in Des Moines, Iowa is next. Hi, Amber. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. How are you tonight, Amber?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
I was hoping to connect with my dad.
Okay, let's see what we've got. Oh, boy, here's a good one. The moon card. Have you been dreaming about your dad?
Very much so.
Because that's what that card is about. It's the subconscious and dreams and oh man, that's a good sign. Let's see what we have here. I have the Judgment card, which is references Last Judgment. So that's pretty much a confirmation that this is an afterlife reading. The Ace of Cups is here. That's a card of happiness. Everything is. I mean, I've got nothing but little happy cards here. It's so peculiar because whenever I do these readings, the message comes out happiness, even though there's a hint of sadness. The sadness of being gone is there. It's always there. Like in the Moon card has teardrops on it because there's always a tinge of sadness. But the spirit that I contact is always happy. And that's the message that they definitely want to get across. Here's the happiness and health and growth. There's the sun. It's all good stuff. So that's again, these readings get so bizarrely dull, they've come to. I seem to reach the people when they've come to terms with what happened to them. Once I did a reading, and it was quite clear that the soul that I had reached was not happy at all about what was going on. But that's a whole other story. There's a book in that one. But here, everything is fine. I just shuffled them again, and I'm still getting cards of happiness. So.
Good.
That's the short and sweet answer. That the message is I'm doing okay. Here where I am. Well, okay.
All right.
Anything else you want to look at, or is that it?
Could we look at maybe I don't know, my marriage?
Well, I've got the Lover's card right up at the top here. Now that also has a deeper meaning, not just simply romance. It's about making a choice. So it seems to me, and I also have the Hierophant, which is a card of marriage. So the cards are again, the cards are working for you. They're telling me that they're hearing you. This isn't going to help you at all, but it's telling me that there's a choice that you need to make in terms of your marriage. Now you knew that coming in, though. And but what they're not going to tell me what the choice is, and I wouldn't even dare to interpret the cards to tell you what to do, because the cards have more faith in you than that. The cards are very successful, and they're telling me that whatever choice you make, you'll make the right one for you. You've had some rough times. That's the 10 of Swords. That's the card that says the rough times are over. The 6 of Rods is the card that tells me that whatever you choose to do, it's going to be good and it's going to be successful for you. Okay, this is the second time I've had this card tonight. The 5 of Swords tells me there's somebody here who's making trouble for you. Is that true?
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna win. You're not gonna be victimized by that person, but there's a person there who wants to make trouble for you. You don't have to give me any details, because I know that this is going to be intensely personal. But what I'm seeing is that you're going to make the right choice for yourself, and you're going to do okay for yourself. And the hard times are going to be over. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
No, that was all.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
And I will, after the show, I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way to help you with what is undoubtedly a difficult choice. But like I said, the cards show me that you're going to do what's right, and you're going to be happy with your choice. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. Let's shuffle them up now. Oh, there goes my nose again. Does it sound odd? Does my nose sound funny to you? My nose is running. I used to have one of those little wind-up toys with a nose that walked around, because my nose was running so much. But now, it's the old pick up the phone and say, is your refrigerator running? And, well, if you had a misspent childhood like mine, you know what comes next. It's the same as calling up the bowling alley and asking if he's got 10 pounds. Oh, never mind. Ava in Phoenix, Arizona is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I hear you.
Nice to talk to you.
Oh, glad you could call through. What can I look at for you?
I guess, can I start with just a general what Spirit wants me to know?
Are you on a speakerphone? Because I'm having a little hard time hearing you here.
No, I'm on my regular phone. I'm just in a hallway, so it's probably echoey from that.
Yeah, it's a little, sounds like you're in a big church. So what exactly did you want to look at? I didn't quite hear it.
Can we look at what's going on in my, with my career in education right now?
Sure. Well, that's outstanding. I got the Ace of Rods. That's a card here. That is a card about career. So there are new things coming your way in terms of career, which I would hope in terms of, since it's linked to your education. The Page of Coins is here too. That's a beginning of a stream of money. That's pretty good. The Magician is somebody who's got the power to make things happen, and you're drawing spiritual power from above, and you can use it here. You're going to be very successful. The Six of Rods, that's rods again, our career. That is a card of success and getting what you want and achieving it. The Two of Rods is here too. That is also, you're getting a lot of, the work is the main thing. Career is the main thing here that you're concerned with, because I'm getting all these cards that are rods. The Two of Rods is about waiting for something to happen in your chosen field. That's the thing. It's gonna take a bit more time, but here's the Ace of Swords. Now this is important because you mentioned education. Swords can be about strife and struggle, and that all depends on the other cards in the reading. But they also have the meaning of mental activity, and you're learning, and you're in school, and that is mental activity. And I'm seeing that in the sense that the Ace of Swords is going to be related to the Ace of Rods, which you have here, which is your education is going to lead you to a very good career in terms of what you want to do, and you'll enjoy it, and it's what you enjoy doing, and it'll pay well. The King of Cups is here, and that tells me that you're probably, in terms of work, you're more interested in the fulfillment angle than just the financial, correct?
Yes.
So you'll get that.
Okay.
Let's just end it with this then. The Ten of Cups is the card of perfected happiness. Your education, see, you asked about education and career, and I have the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Rods, which is about both of those things. So excellent. Yeah, and it's all happy. It's all good. So you're going to be all right.
Okay.
Anything else to look at?
Can we look at my love life?
Sure. I don't mind that at all. Well, what would you like to know? Or just see what the cards show you?
Just whatever the cards show me is fine.
Okay. Did you recently have a not too good experience romantically?
Yeah. Yes.
Because I got the Nine of Swords here. That is a sad card, and that is generally, things not working out. Now, the Six of Swords is next, and that's a person who just picks up and keeps moving. So that's good. That is absolutely good. The person is moving from rough waters to calm waters on a little boat, and you're pushing yourself. You're getting there. So it stings. It hurts. You're not ready yet for another round of an affair of the heart. That's the Eight of Swords. Shows me that you're a bit tied up still, but it's coming, and it'll be okay. You're not the kind of person who freaks out when you're alone. That's the Nine of Coins. I had that earlier for somebody. You're centered in a way that you can be alone and still be happy, and you're not one of those. We all know people who are constantly, they need somebody. The Lover's card is here, but the Lover's card is the next one. It's in your future, and that'll be successful. Now, here's something I've got to run because we're running out of time, but I do have a few minutes, so let me tell you what's going to happen here. And I have 100% record of almost being right. How's that? This is the Four of Cups. That is a fascinating card in terms of relationship, because it tells me that somebody around you is interested in you, but has not made it clear.
Okay.
So keep an eye out. See if somebody's paying a little more attention to somebody you know. See if it's somebody paying a little more attention to you than usual. See if that person is leaving the door open a little bit, metaphorically speaking, or literally. Then there'd be no doubt. But you know what I'm saying. If you look at the card, if you're familiar with tarot, or you can go online and look at the Four of Cups. It shows a person sitting there looking at three cups and contemplating the affairs of the heart. And there's a hand coming out of a cloud holding another cup, offering it. And that is the new relationship that's coming, but you don't see it coming. So
okay.
it may take you by surprise, but it's going to be somebody who's near to you. And oh boy, here's the King of Cups. Yeah, I'm glad you got this, because the emotional compact with you is very important. And you're hurting a little bit because of what happened, but you'll get through that. And let me leave you with one other one. This is another cup card, and this, I'll leave you with this. It's the Three of Cups, which tells me that you may be meeting this person through people you know. Okay?
Okay.
So, but it's good. Sometimes it means the completion of a matter in plentitude and luxury, but it also means that something comes about romantically through your friends. So keep an eye there. But you're very young, I bet, and you'll keep going. Well, to me, everyone's very young now, But, you'll see how that happens when you hit my level. You'll see how suddenly everyone's young. But you'll see what I'm talking about. But you'll be okay. You have something coming, and it's going to be very good. I want to leave one last card for you. Oh, the Three of Coins. Oh, back to work. You're going to be starting when you do get a job, when you do get into your career, when you do get the work you're looking for, you're going to start with an assignment that's probably temporary. Keep an eye out for that, because you'll excel at it. You'll do so well that it'll lead to other offers. How's that?
Okay, that sounds great.
I've got to run. I've
All right.
used up my time for the week, but I will send you positive energy with a white candle as soon as the show is over. How's that?
That sounds good. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now. And folks, that's it. We have hit the wall. We have come to the end. Can you believe it? We've come to the end of another episode of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window here on the Ask One Radio Network. And I didn't sneeze once, although my mouth is so dry. Oh, man, I'm gonna drink some dehydration fluid, which, rather, let me say hydration fluid. Drinking dehydration. What would dehydration fluid be? Vodka, right? That would do it. That would dehydrate me and throw me away. But no, I'm going to be drinking a nice, tall, cool glass of hydration fluid, because I don't like being dehydrated when I'm sick, and it doesn't help. So let's get into a few things here now that I want to always remind you of. My website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. There's like 100 and something pages there of interesting magical stuff that you can look at and have fun with and play with and contact me with, and you can see all kinds of interesting things there. Recommendations of books, there's videos there. Oh man, I one of the things I love seeing is when I look at my reports from the website on a daily basis. I see people who just tool around and see a lot. I don't see who you are personally. I just see that somebody visited from someplace and then hit a lot of pages. And I love that. And then there's mojoacademy.org, mojoacademy.org, for a book there that will change your life. mojoacademy.org has a great selection of books, including books that I haven't written, but I have reissued. So those are all there, mojoacademy.org. You can also find at magic-works.com a contact page for me. So I will be back with you again next week on Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Until then, remember that who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
Accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, And I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host for this segment today with Insights into Consciousness. And today I'm going to do one reading on the air. But first, I wanted to talk to you about Mercury in retrograde. So I'm also having to remind myself about this. And this is also why I wanted to focus on the topic, because whenever you teach something or you talk about it, you tend to learn more and more about it. And the more I talk about it, trying to give other people basically like an idea of what Spirit wants them to know, the more I will get those messages from Spirit. So first of all, when I say Spirit, I have to explain what that means, because this practice is not religious. It is actually an ability, and that includes all religions and all walks of life. So because there is not only one type of human with one religion, we do readings, or at least I do readings, on all religions and all cultures and all walks of life. I am not going to only be partial to a Christian, or I'm not just going to be partial to a Buddhist. I will do readings on every religious background and every culture, because I'm not racist. I'm not biased in any way. I pride myself in that. And I love that I have really worked with a lot of cultures and different races and religions, and have learned a huge amount from the people that I've worked with and from their spirit guides. So when I do a session, I'm basically talking to their spirit guides and to them subconsciously or their higher self. So it's really just about me learning from interpreting the messages from Spirit on the other side. When I talk about Spirit, it could be the Holy Ghost, what could be called the Holy Ghost, the Spirit, Chi, that it's also called Chi. It's also called, just your ancestors, your spirit guides, loved ones who have passed, and other people that you may have associations with who are even now living. So I still get messages from people who are currently still alive on the planet. And the way that that happens is through remote viewing. And we know that this is a thing they've used in the military for a very long time. And as a matter of fact, the Oracle of Delphi from way back in the ancient times, the Babylonians, this has been a practice for a very long time. And this is something that is an ability. It's something that helps other people. It's so much. So I just really want to talk about Mercury in retrograde and how that really ties into what I'm talking about Spirit. So first of all, right now I'm just going to ask Spirit, which would be guides and angels that want the current viewers, whoever's going to come across this video, to tell me exactly what they want me to say. I have not rehearsed this or thought about it. It's just by the seat of my pants, just on the fly. So, I'm going to start the reading now, basically, and anybody who watches gets this download. So I'm hearing basically that Mercury in retrograde is a bringing out the darkness. When we're having a Mercury in retrograde, people do tend to make it an excuse. But on the other hand, it is a time where communication can get confused or confusing. Even electronics can work in a weird way or not work at all. We have things that happen with the house pipes, the plumbing, the washer, the dryer, things like that. Because quantum physics, it's not anything other than science. But I don't want to go too far on my stuff, because I'm very scientifically based and I'm very factually based. So to kind of adhere to what Spirit's telling me everyone needs, and not just the way I'm thinking, is that Mercury in retrograde shows us the dark side. It shows us all the stuff we were stuffing. it shows us and brings up this time of the moon cycle, basically, or not just the moon, but the planet cycle, is similar to the moon cycle of the dark moon. Or, you know, it's kind of like the new moon. So basically, it's turning off the light to leave you on your own for a while and let you suffer. And I know that sounds kind of dramatic, but the truth is that we all need to deal with our stuff that we need to process, because we get into survival mode. And what happens is we stuff all the things we're dealing with and all the spiritual growth we need to do. We go about our day and we just hide it. We stuff it in the background. We ignore it. And it has to come to light eventually. It has to come to fruition, because what the other option is that it grows into this thing that's in the dark and becomes kind of like a monster in your life. And you're on autopilot. This is also your subconscious mind, our subconscious mind, mine too now. And it's really important to let yourself during Mercury in retrograde have some rest, relaxation. Stay calm when you talk about things, because there's a lot of miscommunication that can go on right now between people in relationships, meaning any type of relationship. Even people with their pets can have miscommunications. And it's important during Mercury in retrograde, which is actually over this week, by the way. I believe it's on Wednesday. I'm actually going to check my calendar. Yes. So tomorrow, January 18th, the Mercury in retrograde ends and we'll go direct. But then after that, we have up to 2 weeks where it will take some time to get back to normal. No contracts, no travel plans during that time. You know, you can check, you can Google, see when the next one is, put it on your calendar. Know that that may be a really difficult time emotionally, even hormonally, also relationship-wise, communication-wise, plan-wise, contract-wise, appliances, anything electrical-wise, the house, the plumbing. A lot of it is connected to the weather as well. Don't think this doesn't include our ecosystem. This is very closely tied to the ecosystem. So remember that it's not just you, it's all of us together. And remember, this is the time that if you need something or you need help, to go ahead and reach out to other people and to ask for support. People who can lend you their support need to be helpful and useful during this time as well, because this is a great time for people to exercise how they can serve others with the suffering they've gone through and with their personal pain. So this is very, very important. I'm so excited to do my reading today. I can feel it's going to have a lot of positive energy already. So the other thing is that the veil is a little thinner during Mercury in retrograde, and I'm feeling that too. So it's a little bit of a thinner separation from your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, your higher self and your shadow self. Everybody has a higher self. Everybody has a shadow self. So, you know, try not to think that it's a mental illness. It can affect you if you do have some sort of a diagnosis with mental health. Spirit wants me to tell the audience that mental health mostly has to do with, oh my goodness, diet, self-care, drug use, alcohol abuse, and trauma. So those are a few things you can, you know, rewind this and get those 5 things. Figure out how to resolve those issues in your life if you want to have the best mental health possible, and then increase the diet substantially. All the things, you can go to Dr. Amen's clinic online, Dr. Amen Clinics. He is the leading psychiatrist who does brain scans and knows all the dietary stuff for brain health. He even has supplements. I personally really like him. That would be my source. You can look up what he has and get it on Amazon too, if it's, you know, not what you want or it's too pricey, but his products tend to be really good. So I'm just throwing that out there. And if you sign up for text, you get coupons. So that might help too. But as always, remember that you can contact me and get a reading from me. I'd love to do one for you. It's Anna Olson, intuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen. And I can also be reached at Anna Olson Intuitive on Facebook. That Facebook messaging system's a little weird. And it can be very difficult to get to on the business pages. But if you really want to get a hold of me, you can reach me on Instagram at the @ and then it's Tiny Medium Queendom. So just Tiny Medium Queendom, and I'll pop up. You can message me there. And then also there's a link on my link tree from my Instagram page and my Facebook pages to TikTok, which is really like my main platform right now. It's the newest one. It's the most popular and upcoming. app at the moment. I know that'll probably have its day and go away, but as of now, I've been getting hundreds of thousands of views and thousands of, tens of thousands of likes. And like, it's really blown up. And I guess people really care about the content that I share there, and it's really helped some people. So you can also go there, find my link tree on there, and contact me through there. And I just want you to know that you can get a lot of free content there too. And I keep posting. People just want more and more. So I really try to keep up with posting there. So contact me for a reading anytime. I can also do life coaching. I don't have to read you at all if you don't want me to. I can also offer my training in life coaching through an amazing program that I've gone through and graduated from. So there's that. And, I do have a lot of experience with people with special needs, and I also have a lot of experience with children, families. I've also staffed torch trainings in Los Angeles through a program to enable teens to do better in their lives. So I'm going to do a reading now. I have Diane from England on the line, and I'd like to switch over to her now. Diane, are you there?
I am.
How are you today?
Not too bad.
Good to hear. I'm excited to do your reading today.
Yeah.
And I'd like to know if you have a specific question or if there's a topic you'd like for me to focus on today.
Well, I lost somebody very close back at the end of May last year, and I can't stop grieving for them.
Okay, so you lost somebody last year?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Sorry?
It's a little hard to hear on the line, so I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're in some pretty deep grief right now?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that you're going through that. I am going to ask your spirit guides what would be the best course for you now and how we can best guide you in the amount of time we have today to get you to the right place. So it seems to me like this individual had some pretty had a pretty rough upbringing or life in general.
Yeah.
I feel, was there military influence of some sort?
No.
Because I feel like warrior, or this guy is somebody who really had to fight his way through a lot of his life.
No.
No. Okay. Well, I think that's what the military thing is kind of representing right now. That when somebody has a rough past, that sometimes they have to become a warrior. And so that's just basically what I was getting with that. A lot of like turmoil and things like that. And I'm wondering, did you have any specific questions about this person?
No, not really. I just feel a bit guilty because I've kept an eye on the person for 3 weeks, and he died in hospital because he was taken in, and I feel guilty that I never got a doctor sooner.
Oh, okay. Well, that's always, I think, very common when people lose someone, but because it's common not to visit shortly before they pass for people. And it's also common to have guilt surrounding their loss. But the main thing that I feel like Spirit wants you to know right now is that you are extremely capable. The reason why you're feeling this so strongly, according to your spirit guides, is because you are it's kind of like you go through processes like this very quickly. You want to get it, you get things done very quickly in this sense. So they're saying you're taking it all on at once. And some people take many, many years to grieve, and some people can get it done a little sooner because they're just a little more prone to healing and getting through it. So I'm wondering,
Right.
do you have like a background work that helps you to process this better, or do you usually kind of just put your emotions out there, or?
I lost both my parents, and it took me a long time to get over my dad. And my mum went about 14 years ago, but my dad went 43 years ago. And I still think of my dad, but in a different way now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got all their pictures all around, and I talk to them.
Yeah, I think that's great that you talk to them, because they can hear you. You know, our loved ones can always hear us when we talk to them. But I mean, I also think that you've had some practice on losing people, and I think this is just like your body and your spirit and everything just kind of being like, okay, let's just get this over with and do the grieving process. But the good thing is that it'll be over quicker that way. So I think it's important for you to just practice a lot of self-care and to be very patient with yourself right now. I feel that you are a very like generally good, generous person. And it's out of your, it's out of your comfort zone to feel like this. And that's why I think you're seeking some guidance right now, because this is very uncomfortable. You're not somebody who feels sorry for themselves. You're not, used to any of this for a long period of time. And the main message from him that I'm getting is that you did everything just the way that you needed to do it, and it's okay. He's saying it's okay, he's fine, and he isn't upset. This is mainly just about your feelings about the topic. You wanted to see him beforehand, and he wants you to know that you can still have contact with him. Like right now you're having contact with him again. You got through the phone line. I feel like that was a blessing, that you really had, that pathway carved out for you. And he's showing me walks in the trees or in nature. Does that make sense to you? Do you walk outside, or do you go on walks?
Yeah, we lived near the hills, and we were always all going up to the hills. A bit old now, but it was like a second home when we were children growing up.
Oh, that's so sweet. So he's saying he'll talk to you when you go back out to the hills and you do your walks, you walk around. He will give you signs and messages in nature. So you can look for birds, particularly gray and blue birds, that will be following you or really singing to you and looking at you and kind of following you around. And they're very happy, and they're reminding you that you'll get through this and that you will come out on the other side and be happy again. And the loneliness that you're feeling throughout this process is going to be temporary. And the other thing that he wants you to look for are yellow flowers, and to see how that is. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
How so?
Oh, he loved growing flowers.
Okay. Because I feel like that you'll see them at just the right time. And that is just him letting you know that you're not alone. He's still with you. He's still around you. And he's going to do this in a way that is very fun and playful, so that you can feel joy again. And he's going to help you get through that, which is really wonderful. But I think it may take a little time for you to notice these signs, which is normal. But after a while, when you start healing and getting a little more of aware of your surroundings with the spiritual signs, you'll begin seeing the birds, the yellow flowers. There's something about the trees, and I'm feeling like there's an angel in the trees. Like he's showing me like there's a little girl even that's kind of an angel in the trees when you're out walking.
Right. Is he with my mum and dad now?
Your mom and dad? Yes, absolutely. They're all together, and they're all kind of in on this together. So you'll get signs from all of them periodically, and each one will come in at just the right time. I feel like your mother wants to make more contact, because I feel like she wants to work on being closer to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does in a way.
So she is showing me that when she's looking at her life path, when she passed, she was shown everything that happened in her life. And when she saw her relationship with you, she had some issues with how she conducted herself as a parent, and she wished she could have done it better. But what she's telling me is that she did not have the wherewithal or the awareness to be more involved or be closer or more attached or whatnot. She's saying that her growth was stunted from trauma or from some difficult things in childhood, which isn't uncommon.
Yeah, I know she had a strict upbringing.
Yeah, and there was specifically somebody at a school, a male at a school, that was very harmful to her. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No, I'm not aware of that. No.
Did she go to a private school or be around maybe?
No, she didn't go to a private school. No, we've been workers all our lives.
Yeah, oh, that's okay. No, I'm trying to figure out who this man is that I'm seeing. It looks like a school environment or a church environment. Did she go to church?
Yeah, we were going to church. We're Methodists, and Mum and I went on the Sunday, and my husband.
Okay, because I feel like she's really showing me even the Catholic signs and all of that too. I think there's something in her upbringing where she's just explaining to you that she would have liked to have been closer, and she would have liked to be more aware, engaged, involved mother to you. So she's going to do what she can now, but she's also saying, we're over here in the spirit world. You're where you are, and you living to the end of your lifespan as long as you can will still be just a drop in the sea compared to eternity. So she's saying we have eternity to work on this, and it won't be long before you're with them again. And they're very excited to have you there. Of course, live out your entire lifespan, but it's just, she's saying that this is all going to come to light, and the amount of joy that you're going to feel when you guys are all reunited is going to be well worth what you're experiencing now.
All right. Well, you can talk to the spirit, and you give my mum, dad, and my brother a lot of love.
Absolutely, I will. And let me know if you'd like to speak to me again. You can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen, and it's on this post too, and on this video. Okay, so thank you so much for calling in, Diane.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was just like a quick example. I loved connecting with her family. And sometimes when we started reading, and we have a little bit of a communication barrier there, but I know that when I first started the reading, there was definitely the feeling of like somebody in the military. And then I see militant from experiences in life, difficult experiences. So sometimes spirit is just so symbolic. You'll see somebody in the military, and that doesn't actually mean they were in the army or something. That just means that they had to become a soldier of a war within their own battle. And that's very common with warrior spirits or with people who have had significant disadvantages or just struggles early on in life, especially. But a thing to remember is that our childhoods are sometimes hard because we need that training later in life. And there's no way we can do what we were contracted to do later in life without those issues or those things. Of course, we don't try to put our kids into the way of harm. That's not the point. The point is that whatever happens to us along the way, according to other people's choices, can always be made good, and it can always be made into a skill set that gives us a miraculous, basically an opening of a cocoon. Like you're kind of like in this enclosed space, it's uncomfortable, and you come out with your wings. Before then, you don't have wings. And really freedom usually comes from experiencing the free agency and free choice of others and how they affect us, and then figuring out what to do with that. figuring out what to do with the free agency of other people. Everyone is teaching us all the time. And of course, defend yourself and defend your children. I'm not saying like, we need to go through pain to be okay. I'm saying that we need to come to a place of an intense amount of self-preservation and defense, and learning and growing through our experiences. No matter what someone else does, we are making the right decisions for ourselves and our families, regardless of what someone else does, with what we have, what we know, and where we are. And when Spirit shows me this beautiful family, and I really feel like she just had a great connection to these parents, and getting that little slice of heaven touching my heart, is amazing. I am always feeling so positive, no matter what, whenever I feel the energy from these families and the love between parents and children, and it's just timeless, it's eternal. And if the parents aren't good, they can try to make up for it in many ways. And they can also just pick other people to be, you can pick other people to be around in the spirit world. If your parents were awful, or your family was awful, or you were adopted or whatever, there are many choices in the afterlife. There are many, many options with our spirit guides and angels. So I want to clarify that. I also want to talk about, speaking of family, I had this long break from my show and from work, for the holidays, my holiday break and my vacation. And my husband took me out to this wonderful staycation, and I'm actually wearing a shirt that he got me for Christmas. And then I got this from my son. This is my beautiful heart angel necklace. On the other side, beautiful blue. And you can kind of look into it, gaze into it, and there's a lot of like designs and sparkles in here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And then I'm actually, it's so funny because I do a radio show and I can do this. I'm wearing my mama bear slippers from my other son. And I'm feeling pretty spoiled and surrounded by the love of my family. And that's what I'm kind of like putting out there through my show today, is that I've got a little piece of everybody I love here in my space to kind of launch me into the new year, to like help me to know, like, I just feel like I'm surrounded by so much love and the people who are near and dear to my heart. And it doesn't even matter if your communication's off from Mercury in retrograde that we're going through right now. It doesn't matter if you're in grief. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with all the issues people are dealing with. You can still be connected to spirit. And that's actually the time to be connected to spirit the most, because that's the time when we need help. We need somebody to hold us up. We need a crutch. We need angels to hold us up and to help us like keep up with everything we have to do despite the stress or the process. And then when you come out of the other side of this process, it's just bigger, brighter, beautiful, and the sun is shining again, right? It's like getting through that rain cloud in the airplane or through the path on the ground, getting through the rain. So always contact me if you need me. I would love to do a reading for you, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. On Facebook, I'm Anna Olson Intuitive. And then on Instagram, it's at Tiny Medium Queendom. And then you can also get this podcast on Spotify under A1R Radio, under Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. It's also on YouTube, Facebook. Get a hold of me. I'd love to talk to you. I hope that you have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for being a witness to my work today. I hope to speak with you soon and see you next time.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, and welcome back to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Radio Network, Earth's #1 psychic radio program or network, and Moonstruck TV. I'm John Capello. I am your host here on the Psychic Side. Thank you very much for joining me today. I had a great weekend at the Psychic Fair at Intellichia in Richardson, Texas. We had a good time. We had a good turnout for our Spirit Gallery. I was very pleased about that. Next week or this week, we're flying down to Houston. And so it's going to be interesting because the weather is terrible in Texas at the moment. We had a flood in our house, and I'm working out of a different location and will be for several weeks. So it's going to be interesting. I am really pleased to be here today. I've been talking to you a lot about developing psychic ability and getting in touch with yourself. So I'm a little bit different than a person that might just read tarot or I want to be careful because I'm not here to criticize or anything like that. But what I'm saying is I'm more of a purist. And we'll take calls here in the future on the program. But at the moment, I want to kind of develop a rapport with you, and I want you to understand where I'm coming from, because my work is not only about doing readings, but it is about teaching you, empowering you, and giving you the ability to tune into your own abilities. And that's why I'd very much like for you to contact me, John at johncapello.com. Even join my new meetup group, which I just started. It's called Beyond Metaphysics. We'll be doing online programs there, and they may be in the evening. That's just now forming. We're just now getting that going. But it's about empowering you. It's about teaching you different things about psychic ability that I've picked up over the 30 years that I've been doing this sort of work. So what we did last week was we talked a little bit about my definitions of what psychic ability was, and how a little bit about the way it works. And this week, I'd like to talk a little bit about how to test yourself or recognize your own gifts, because recognizing your gifts is the essential thing. You have to recognize that you do have the ability. You are able to sense things that are beyond the physical. I hear a lot of different definitions of what metaphysics is, but if you go to the dictionary, you're going to learn that metaphysics is the philosophy that explores existence beyond the physical. So you might say, well, how does that relate to psychic ability? Well, psychic ability validates existence beyond the physical. And the reason why it validates it is because you are able to pick up information that you would not be able to know from just using your physical senses. And what that means is you're picking up information using your extended senses. You're using your senses that work whether you are using your physical senses or not. And last week we identified what I call 3 different senses that people have. You have your physical senses, you have your psychic senses, and then you have your remote psychic senses. And I feel like by segmenting things like this, it brings an understanding to how things work. And we'll be getting into demonstrations of those different abilities as time goes on as well. So I'm wanting to set the stage here for our readings that we're going to be doing with people on the broadcast. And so one of the things that I want to start to work with you about is recognizing your own personal space. And, you know, if you've had someone that just stood really close to you and they weren't invited, it's kind of a violation of that personal space. And you kind of want to, you know, just shirk back a little bit and say, wait a minute, can you just step back a few feet? When that happens, they're getting into your psychic field. And that is, some people will say, and I'd agree that our psychic field has different layers to it. Well, that really close psychic field that is just about, I guess a foot in front of you is one that you would definitely feel violated in if someone was there and they weren't invited. Now, if you want to kiss someone or you want to hug someone, you kind of allow them to get into that field, and it's they're welcome there. And when you do that, you're emotionally connecting with someone. You're connecting with their psychic field because you are also being allowed to go into their personal space. And that's a good thing because that's part of bonding and that's part of sharing. It's part of being able to connect with other people, because we have to be psychically bonded to other people when we are having a relationship with them. And so when you pick up information from someone, you're doing it using your personal space and extending it to envelop them. You are also being enveloped by their personal space. And then that's when that concept of the rubber band ball starts to get into play. And you are able to pick up information about them that's relevant. And you'll see that happening when we get into our readings, because we will be able to pick up fragments of information, videos, just different things that are come across when we are involved with another person. And if you watch other people do readings, and I want you to, you will see how the mechanics of their psychic abilities work. Now, a lot of times people will use cards, and they'll be very dependent upon cards, and they'll pull a card and they'll say, this card means this and this card means that. And that's just fine. But I'd like for you to learn how to do that on your own without a card. And because the card has its own meaning, but you may have some feelings that are, or you may have some impressions that aren't exactly what the card says. And so memorizing the cards is one thing, but the card only opens the door for you to use your own ability. And I'd like for you to be able to open that door without a card or without a tool. And you'll find that you're more effective that way. I know that, for instance, when I did the gallery the other night, I would say things to people like, I just feel like there's a nurse, or I feel like you're a nurse. And sure enough, the lady was a nurse because she exuded an energy of nurturing, of healing, of being that scientist, which nurses are, and being that healer that nurses are. So I picked up that she was a nurse, and other people you can pick up or even visualize that they're teachers. And you ought to be able to do that without a card. And of course, I like to work in the dark if possible. If I can work in the pitch black, it's easier actually, because there's no distractions of light and people don't have their body language involved. So a lot of times when I'm working in front of a group, I may even close my eyes. I shouldn't do that, especially if I'm on camera. But working that way makes it easier for me because I can tap into my third eye. And this way, you can do that as well. And you may also notice that psychic abilities are nuanced, and we'll get into that too. For instance, we'll get into the 12 different types of clairvoyance that you have. You didn't know you had 12 different types, did you? But we also find that when we are working with our psychic ability, that we use certain psychic terms all the time. We use terms that are part of our vernacular. We use terms that we don't realize are associated with psychic impressions. Things like, oh, I had a gut feeling. Well, what does that mean? It means that you had a feeling that came from beyond the physical that you could not explain, yet it enveloped your being. You had this sensation that it was very strong, and so it was, and you validated it because you had that gut feeling. It hit you right there in your solar plexus, and that was something that you had to recognize. Or you had a hunch. You know, a hunch is another psychic impression that you received. You know, or when people say, oh, I had an idea that just dropped in and out of my head or into my head, that's a psychic impression. And because it came from nowhere, it's something that you should recognize as being part of claircognizance. And claircognizance is what I call the genius psychic ability, you see. And then you have people say, oh, a little birdie told me, or I heard it through the grapevine. They may very well have heard it through gossip, or they may very well have heard it through another means. But for me, if you just heard it from a clairvoyant or clairaudient source that was beyond the physical, a voice that was beyond the physical, then that's something which is very psychic. So, what's your homework? Your homework, as we get ready to close the show, because this is a quick show, we only have 15 minutes. I would like for you to start writing down things that you felt, things that you may have had a gut feeling about, things that you had a hunch about, things that just flashed in front of your mind. Maybe even write down something about a dream. So we don't have much time today, but I want to leave that with you. And I want you to join me again here on the psychic side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network at Moonstruck TV. Visit me on my website at johncapello.com. Like me on my Facebook page. I want to find out if you're really listening. So thank you so much for visiting with me today. It's always fun to be here on the Psychic Radio Network. And I hope to see you next week. So take care. Bye-bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Cowtown Medium with Kathleen Hart. Live from KathleenHart.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Cowtown Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Hart. I'm so glad you could join me tonight. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about mindfulness tonight. Some things I've overheard in public, heard friends talking about, seen folks post about on social media. There's a lot of scary things going on in the world. I think everybody's well aware of that. But everybody's talking about it a lot, perhaps focusing on it too much. And I hear folks talking about, oh, how badly they've been treated, what horrible things someone said to them. And they go on and on in great detail about these things. And I don't think they're aware that the way the law of attraction works, you get what you put out. The energy you put out into the universe is what you're going to get back, what you're going to get more of. So if you're talking about all the horrible things happening in the world, all the bad things that have happened to you, all the terrible things that have happened to somebody else, and that's largely all you talk about, you're going to start seeing more of it because you are attracting it to you. And the world needs a lot less of that right now. So let's think positive. Let's send loving thoughts to everyone, and especially to ourselves. We need to love ourselves first so that we can love others. And we need to build ourselves up, talk about the good things and the things that we want to do, things we want to focus our time and our energy on, the things we want to get back. Let's talk about those, build ourselves up, build up each other up, and attract more abundance and attract more good luck and positive outcomes. So let's focus on the positive. I know you probably heard that too much, but it's a good advice. I see we have a caller tonight. Hi, Monica. What can I do for you?
Hi. I just wonder if just give me some insight on some things that are going on with me and where I'm headed career-wise and
Okay.
you know.
So how about career first?
Okay.
Get excited. Good things are coming. Put out to the universe, shout out to the heavens what it is you're looking for. What brings you the most joy? What do you get most enthusiastic about? Focus on that, talk about that, and start looking. The more you focus on it, the more it will turn up. So make sure you're very clear on what it is you want to do and talk it up to yourself, talk it up to your friends, begin to talk it into existence, and then go out and hit the pavement and find it because it'll be out there. But be picky. Don't settle for less than what you're looking for. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I feel like there may be some challenges ahead for you, an important decision to be made. But as long as you stay focused and positive, you can overcome anything. If you expect miracles, you're going to get one, but stay focused.
Okay.
Choose your path carefully. You may be on it for quite a while. Once you get started, you dig those wheel ruts in a little bit deeper. It's harder to get off that path once you've really well established it. So be choosy. Be choosy. Feel like there's someone going on this journey with you. There may be a move involved. It feels like it's either a physical move to a different location, perhaps even a different city. There may be a change in relationships that goes along with it. Does that make sense to you?
There might be some travel, but not really as far as a change in relationships, but maybe some traveling.
Okay. I feel like the change of scenery will do you good. Do you feel called to do something new and different?
I like what I'm doing. I just feel like there's an obstacle right now with my health, and I'm a little worried because it would affect my job.
Absolutely. Stay focused on your health. Um, don't be afraid to seek out the help that you need, and don't settle for the first opinion. Get a second opinion on anything that's important. Anything that's slowing you down, you want to pursue that and getting something done about that before it becomes a bigger obstacle.
Yeah, it's kind of I'm where I want to be career-wise. I got a promotion, and I'm excited about it, but I have an injury that I think is going to need some attention.
Definitely.
It would affect my job.
Don't let that go. Don't overlook it. Don't downplay it. Too many times folks, these days will say, rub a little dirt on it and go on. Suck it up. It's not that bad. Pay attention to what your body's telling you. If it's causing you that much pain now, potentially it will only get worse unless you do something about it. So definitely seek the best treatment you can find, and don't let anybody tell you, if you feel it's that bad, don't you let anybody tell you that it's not a big deal. Because
my husband's trying to do that, but I think he's wrong. I think it's a bigger deal than he thinks.
Go with your gut instinct. It very, very seldom will ever lead you wrong. So you know how you feel. Nobody else does. You listen to that and follow that inner guidance. If it hurts, get a doctor to look at it. Go to a specialist. Don't mess around with somebody who doesn't know enough about what you're going through. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been rubbing dirt on it, hoping it would go away, but it's not going away.
Too many of us were raised to do that, and that is not the best answer. It really isn't.
Well, it's just because career-wise, I'm kind of where I want to be, and then this happened. So,
well, you want to defend that career. If you worked long and hard to get there, don't let this get in your way. But don't just ignore it, because it won't go away. Yeah.
Okay.
Be courageous and get the help you need, and don't wait. The longer you put it off, potentially the worse it's going to get.
Okay. You always worry about whether you not have whether you have the money to pay for.
That can always be a challenge. Focus on it and shop around. Not everybody charges the same thing. And sometimes if something insurance doesn't cover, talk to the providers, because sometimes they have a contingency plan for that. They may offer cash discounts. It's always something to ask about. The worst thing that can happen is they can say no. I haven't heard one yet that did. Make sure you take some time for yourself, a little quiet time, a little personal time to pursue your interests, and just calm yourself and work on healing any worries or concerns you have that maybe you don't feel like sharing with anybody else. Definitely not with everybody else.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. You need some me time in there too. Gives you a chance to get a new perspective, look at things from a different angle. What I'm hearing is look at the big picture. Take a step back, and is it going to matter in 5 years? Is it going to matter in 5 days? Is it going to matter tomorrow? Kind of helps you prioritize where you spend your time and your thoughts. If it's not a big deal, don't dwell on it enough that you make it a big deal. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good. I feel like there's something going on where you need to look a little deeper, something below the surface. I feel like there's something good there, but you may not see it at first. It may be difficult to see, but dig a little deeper, look past what's on the surface. Closely examine it, because I feel like there's something good waiting there. Is that something that that makes sense to you?
Yeah, just been something for everybody, taking care of everybody else and not really doing anything for myself lately.
Don't forget to focus on you. You can't pour from an empty cup. That's something my guides love to remind me, because I'll prioritize everybody ahead of me, and then I have to take a step back and go, wait a minute, need to recharge those batteries, rest up, take care of me, then go back taking care of everybody else. So don't forget to do that. Self-care is very important. Too many women these days overlook that and will just run themselves ragged and neglect their health, and that is not going to get you where you want to go.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I've been taking care of everybody but me.
Yeah, that's a bad habit a lot of us have. And once you practice, you can begin to get out of that. But don't forget, put you first, self-care, then you can take care of everybody else. Just like they tell you on the airplane, if the masks drop, put yours on first and then help the person next to you. Because if you pass out, you're no good to them. Same logic.
Right.
Was there another area you wanted to focus on?
Are my children going to be all right? Everything going okay with them?
What I'm hearing is they need to simplify. Somebody is making a big deal out of something that really isn't a big deal. And it's coming between two of them. I'm not sure if that's between two of the kids, between one or more of the kids and you, but there somebody is letting some small issue get in the way. So let's pay a little attention to that and try to air that out and make sure everybody's on the same page, so we're not spinning our wheels and going in the wrong direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I see we're short on time here, so I want to thank you again for calling, and I want to wish you a good night and good luck with everything. And don't forget to take care of yourself.
I'm going to start doing that. Thanks.
You're welcome. Take care. Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Isn't it absolutely fantastic to be alive at the moment with, the world is still in chaos in many different ways, but, if you sidestep all the stuff in the news and just focus on the positive things, it's a beautiful place to be. Here in Australia, we're in the middle of a heat wave and, yes, I like the warmth, don't get me wrong. I think it's absolutely fantastic, but yes, it's getting a little bit oppressive at the moment. Air conditioners running flat out, but for those people that like air conditioners, I'm a little bit old-fashioned. I prefer to open a window and turn a fan on, and air conditioning and I don't get on that well. But it's good. It's summer. It's a great time to be alive, and we are getting well and truly into the new year. And for those people that follow the Chinese New Year, they've welcomed that in, and it's a time to, I think, really sort of start to become positive and look to sort of the blessings that we have in our lives. We're all still here. We're all still functioning. Life may not be perfect, but I don't think anybody's life's perfect. I think it's a matter of adapting and accepting what you can't change and being grateful and happy with what you can and being satisfied at where you are in this stage in your life. I know when I was much younger, I was always running hither and dither and trying to make this happen and that happen and whatever. Then one day I realised that I was exactly where I was meant to be, that I didn't need to be going at 90 miles an hour trying to get to the next destination. Let's just enjoy where we are now and smell the coffee or smell the roses. Anyway, the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Knight of Wands. Now, many people sort of find the court cards in the tarot really confusing. Now, they have two distinct roles. They either represent a young person, in this case, a young man up to the age of 25, who would have green to hazily coloured eyes, blonde to brown hair, but wouldn't be a dark-headed person and wouldn't be dark in colouring. Or secondly, the most important part of the reading is usually, if it's not a young person or a young man, it's usually the secondary meaning. In this case, it's an important letter. Now, in today's terminology, a letter would come in the form of a text message, an email, a direct message, some sort of written sort of communication in whatever way that you receive your written communication. Yes, some of us still like snail mail and we still like to get a letter occasionally. So it's an important piece of information that's coming to you. Quite often I find in readings that this card can split itself to two ways. Yes, it can be the young man, but it can also mean that we're going to be spending a lot of our time in the next week focused around young people, bringing in a younger vibe, sort of mixing with younger people, maybe taking some opinions from younger people or just listening to what they've got to say and trying to see how that adapts and fits into our life. So it could very well be that you're going to be looking at life through a younger person's lens and trying to understand the younger generation or where they're coming from and not be so fixed and rigid in your own ways of thinking. And then you could also be getting an important message. So keep your eye out for that, something important that could be on your email or on your phone or on your cell phone. And it's sort of, it's going to be sort of a week, I think, where we're going to have some breakthroughs because it's the time of the year when sort of ideas are still popping and flashing around the place and people are still quite motivated. People are still trying to sort of get the year underway and sort of this is the time when they sort of start to reach out to people with new ideas of where they're going to take the business or where they're going to take their lives. So it's more of a focus on getting our professional lives sorted out or the things that are important to us on a professional sort of level or on a serious level. And for those people that are retired that don't have to be so concerned about that, it could very well just be a time of getting all their appointments in order, rechecking on their finances, looking at their investments, things like that. It's anything that of an official nature that we need to revisit and reorganise or relook at is this time of the year. So it's sort of, maybe put a a different fresh face on things. You know, I know as you get older, you get more stuck in your ways. And sometimes we need the younger generation to show us that there's a different way of looking at things or a different way of approaching things that doesn't necessarily make our way obsolete or old-fashioned. It's just that we can incorporate some new, fresh ideas. So that's what this card is asking you to do, is bring in some new, fresh ideas. So we're going to move on to the astrology section, and it's, you know, the sun has slipped into Aquarius and been there for a bit over a week or so now. So happy birthday to all the Aquarians. I always find this an interesting time of the year where, you know, it's a time of opportunities and ideas and things like that, and things that can slip into your mind very quickly, like the light bulb moments. But for some people, I also find they find it a very uncomfortable time of the year because it's challenging their thought patterns, it's challenging their ideas, it's challenging the things that they thought that they were going to set in motion. And they don't feel comfortable with that because they, you know, may be a little bit of a control freak and want to sort of try and control their own destiny. And this is sort of really uncomfortable when someone sort of comes in and says, that's not a great idea, or why didn't you look at it that way, or why didn't you look at it this way? So whichever category you fall into, just go with the flow. Don't try and swim against the tide. Allow things to sort of manifest in the way that they're meant to. The sun is also sort of making a really, really nice aspect at the moment. In astrology, we call this a trine, which means it's 4 signs away. And it's making a very flowing aspect with Mars. Now, Mars is the planet of action, of drive, of things to come that, you know, gives us that motivation, our ego to get out of bed. Now, with Mars sitting in Gemini, Gemini is the sign of ideas. It's the light bulb moments. It's the sort of, you know, flitting here, there and everywhere, sort of, you know, maybe not standing still in some people's opinions long enough to gain the wisdom out of what we're learning. But at the same time, it gives you that ability to be versatile, to be free, to sort of, to allow yourself to just sort of be like a butterfly and sort of hop off this plant and onto that flower and onto another bush and onto something else very quickly. And at the same time, you are gathering knowledge, you are gathering wisdom, you are gathering ideas. So it's a time of ideas. So with this coupled with, you know, the sun in Aquarius, where, you know, we need to think outside the square. Some of the ideas might be random, might be different, might take a bit of work, but they are asking us to sort of think outside the square, to be versatile, to be flexible, and sort of don't dismiss something just because we don't understand it or don't want to understand it. Give it a fair hearing, give it a chance to sort of prove itself that it's either useful or it's not, so that, you know, then, you know, sometimes out of these think tanks or these, you know, random thoughts, we then get on the right path, we get the direction that we need to be going. And I think that's fair at the moment to say that for each and every one of us. Yes, obviously more so for the air signs, which is Aquarius, Libra and Gemini. So you need to be aware of those 3 signs will have more of an influence with this energy than the rest of us. But it's a time when we can all sort of get some really brilliant ideas that literally do come out of nowhere. So we're moving on to Mercury's in Capricorn at the moment, and hallelujah for that, because Mercury in Capricorn to me always says that we can really sort of scrutinize anything that we need to. And this is the perfect time if you're needing to sign a contract or an agreement, that you really should read thoroughly any document like that before you sign it, obviously. But this is the time where you're really sharp in the mind, where you're really being very focused on what is being written. You'll pick up on any mistakes or any things that don't suit you. And it's good to see that Mercury's gone direct again. I think this last Mercury retrograde was a little bit tricky over the Christmas New Year period, where things seem to be sort of going a bit haywire there for a while. But I'm pleased to say Mercury's back direct again. And it's positive, because I always look at Mercury in Capricorn as being almost like the school teacher with the red pen. You know, she comes along and marks where you've made a mistake, or you didn't put the punctuation in, or you didn't spell it correctly. So Mercury in Capricorn's a little bit like that. The attention to detail is certainly there. You're certainly able to pick up mistakes or pick things up before they can become quite costly. So that in itself is very beneficial. Pity the politicians around the world didn't pay a little bit more attention to Mercury in Capricorn. The world would be a better place, would it not? But we've got Mercury in Capricorn also making a lovely flowing aspect, like we were speaking about previously with the sun, to Uranus in Taurus. Now, Uranus in Taurus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected happenings and things that can happen out of literally nowhere. So with Mercury here with this, trining Uranus in Taurus, it's giving us this opportunity again for some light bulb moments in a very different sort of way. With the previous configuration astrologically we were talking about was about ideas, about thoughts, about things happening. This is more connected to do with, yes, it's connected with communication, but it's not so much the thoughts. It's not our personal thoughts. This is more the thoughts or the ideas or the communication or the ideas that are shared with us from other people and could come from some very unusual or unexpected sources. So it's interesting that the emphasis for both of these is on ideas, thoughts, planets, are sort of all amalgamating and coming together to say to us that this is a very, very creative time where some brand new ideas or some brand new directions for our coming 12 months can be born at the moment. So we need to pay attention to this. So this, again, more the focus is on the earth signs, which is Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo, but it does overflow to the rest of us. So we need to be aware of that if something comes into your mind, don't just dismiss it, that that's a stupid idea. Why would I think about that? Write it down, keep it for later on. Maybe there's something more to come with this. It's sort of like that one little dot sort of then can attract complete circle, or we've got a complete square. We've got a complete configuration of ideas. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes the smallest little dot can be the beginning of something absolutely major. So for those Aries people, they have Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity, is sitting in their sign at the moment. So it's a time certainly not to waste for the moment, particularly for Aries people. And that also flows on to our other fellow fire signs, Leo and Sagittarius, but more predominantly for Aries. And it's a time when you can really sort of expand your horizons. If you've been looking for a new job or looking for a new adventure, now is certainly the perfect time. For some of them, the emphasis is going to be on their health as well, because we've got it conjunct Chiron, which is known in Arabian parts in astrology as the wounded healer. This is where we look for what we've brought in on a karmic level that we need to heal, what we need to fix. I have many, many Aries friends, and I know a lot of them are going through emotional shifting of baggage at the moment, where they're sort of starting to move things that have been in their lives for a very, very long time, and starting to clear the pathway and starting to heal. And sometimes we don't realize that we carry around so much emotional baggage that it is becoming a burden to us and starts to interfere in our physical lives. It can sometimes make you sick. It can prevent opportunities. It can sort of stunt your growth because you're so fixed and rigid on this is the only way something can be done. And by breaking that up and freeing it and setting it free, sometimes then puts us on a much better path than what we were on previously. So we still have Pluto sitting in Capricorn, still doing his final part of his dance there for the next 18 months, still trying to transform things and change things around the world. It's still a focus on we really do need to take global warming seriously. We see all the weather events, and my heart goes out to the people in Auckland that went through that massive, water event where, they had so much rain and it caused such flash flooding and people lost their lives and their homes. I mean, it's happening all around the globe, whether it's fires, whether it's earthquakes, whether it's floods. The weather is becoming much more extreme. We do have to do something collectively as a planet to start looking at the effects of global warming and start to change the way that we look at things. So we're now going to take our first caller, which is Susan in Birmingham in New York. Are you there, Suzanne?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, I pronounced it the wrong. I called it Birmingham. It's Bingingham. I apologise, Susan.
That's
How
okay.
can I help you today?
That's okay.
How can I help you today, sweetie?
I've had a great loss in my family, and I feel like I'm in a rut and don't feel like I'll feel happiness again. I wondered if you feel any signs from people that have passed in my life.
Okay, Susan, because we've got such a limited time on the show, I don't usually try and sort of tune into dearly departed because, unless they're sort of lining up as I first connect with you, it's really hard to sort of try and pull them in quickly. What I can say to you, what you're experiencing is not uncommon when you've had such a severe loss in your life to almost sort of feel as if you're an empty shell, that, it's not so much you've gone past the sad point, you've gone past the point of feeling numb, and now it's like, what's next? And that can sometimes be even harder than dealing with the onslaught of the tragedy. It's sort of like, I thought by now I would feel something more, or I thought by now I would feel different, or I thought something would happen. And it's not an uncommon thing that we can get stuck in this part of grief for, a lengthy period of time, or what seems like an eternity, and it really isn't. It's just that's the way things are. But what they're showing me here, Susan, is that you are now about to come out of that long, dark tunnel and go into the happiness again, into the light again. There's lots of people on the other side that are collectively around you and have been holding you up, but there's no one particular person that I'm going to say is coming through and saying, this is what I'm doing for Susan. It's a group activity, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
And it's not so much that they're upset with you. They just want to see you smile again. And I don't think that's an unrealistic expectation. So have you been making some changes around where you're living, Susan?
A little bit. I'll say a little bit.
Because what they were showing me was sort of like, not necessarily sort of, not a move, I don't mean that, but sort of slowly starting to sort of go through your closets or go through memories or putting things in certain places. And it was like, this to me was the start of things starting to come right again. Was, that you were slowly able to start to work through things like that again. They're showing me by about March, April this year that you're going to have a very big smile on your face. And I keep asking them why, and they keep just saying to me it's a surprise. So there's obviously something really good that's going to come towards you in that time frame that has been organised from the other side, which is great.
Okay.
But they're also showing me, what, sweetie?
I said, that sounds good.
Yeah, they're also showing me, though, that there's an ending of something. Is there something that you've been working towards bringing to a close, or finally sort of saying that's finished now, I can move past that point? And I don't mean your grief.
Well, actually, I did retire just about the same time that I had a great loss in my life. So it was the end of my business and the end of losing somebody, So
yeah,
that's
so you've
what's
had
been going on
two
in the
losses. Yeah, but you've had two losses when you look at it that way. You've had the loss of the person that you love dearly, but you also, retired and did all those things. And I know that that was your choice, but it's still like a loss. It's still an adjustment, sweetie.
Right.
So you've had a lot of things that, they were showing me this massive ending. So that must be what it is, was the retirement. I don't think you've had a chance yet to really sort of enjoy what you had intended to do when you did retire, like the loss overshadowed everything. It swallowed everything up, and that became the major focus. But you'll come out of that soon, Susan. Yeah, and I just think
that's exactly how it is. We expected so much more out of retirement, and then there was this loss, and it just doesn't seem like anything is worthwhile, quite yet.
Yeah, but that's understandable, sweetie. When you've had such a major loss like that, how can it not consume everything? That's what loss and grief is about. It's very consuming, right. And until we sort of find our own way through it, and there's no fast track method to say this is how we get through grief. We all do it at our own pace, in our own way, and I don't know that we ever really get over it. We find a spot to put it, to park it. And then we sort of, skirt around that in our day-to-day life, but it never really goes away. And people say it does. It doesn't. It doesn't. You don't ever forget that person. You don't ever stop loving them. They're still part of your life. They're just not here. You can't physically give them a hug. That's the difference.
Right. Yes, I agree.
So don't be too hard. Don't be too hard on yourself, sweetie. You're doing really well. So, tomorrow's a new day, and we just take 1 hour at a time, sweetheart, and you'll be fine. But I know you're going to have a lot to smile about this year, which is good.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the call.
You're very welcome, Susan. Now, we're going to talk with Sharon in London in the UK. Are you there, Sharon?
Hiya. All right. You?
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Sharon, please?
Oh, I've had a loss recently. I just want to know, really, have you picked anything up off that?
Okay, Sharon. Look, I'm sorry that you've just been through a recent loss, Sharon. It's always a very difficult time when we lose someone. And I don't know that it gets any easier. The older we get, I think the harder sometimes the losses get, because we've been on Earth a little bit longer, and it's sort of, we know what's ahead of us, like it's never an easy time. I can assure you that they're fine. They're with you. I don't know that they were ready to pass, though. That's the energy that I get. Was it a sudden situation?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're sharing with me this energy of I wasn't ready yet. It wasn't what I thought was going to happen. So you've got to understand, and this is my belief of this, that when someone passes, we lose one person. They lose all of us. So if you can imagine the grief that you're feeling, their grief is much more magnified because they've lost each and every one of us. So sometimes it takes them a little bit of time to get their head around the fact that they're no longer here, that they've gone, and the fact that you're not dealing with it as well as what they hoped you would, if I can put it that way. And the fact that it's such a shock to them, and it's such a shock to you and everybody around you. So they've got to readjust their thinking as well, if that makes any sense. And they're trying to sort of, from the other side, comfort you in a way that is all strange and peculiar and new to them, because they haven't, it's not something that they're used to doing. Like here on Earth, we know, how we're supposed to breathe and how we're supposed to behave. Whether we do it or not, it's another thing. But you know what I mean? So it's all a learning curve for the person that's passed over too. So just know that they are still with you. They are there. They're safe. They're not in pain. They're not suffering. But at the same time, there's still this feeling of disbelief. I didn't believe it was my time. And that's something I think is going to take them a little bit of time to get used to. Look, the best thing you can do is just allow your emotions to be. If you want to cry, cry. If you want to dance, dance. Don't put any limitations on what you should or shouldn't be doing or feeling or saying at this point. It's a very personal sort of thing. Was there another death just prior to this? That wasn't any. I'm going to say not as powerful. Not as powerful in your reaction to it, but I mean, all deaths are tragedies. But they're showing me that there was one just prior to this.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
And it's not they're saying to me that you didn't give that person the same amount of attention, if I can put it that way. They're just sort of saying, like you've had 1, 2, like how can you expect to bounce back from grief when you've had 2 bouts of it so quickly? Do you know what I mean? You hadn't even begun to deal with the first one, and then the second one happened, and it was so unexpected, and it's like, wow, you can't be so tough on yourself. You just got to allow yourself to just chill for the moment and just go with it. They are showing me between April and August this year, you will start to feel a glimmer of, okay, I'm coming out of this. I'm starting to feel like my old self again. And it's sort of like, but it'll only be in pockets. It won't just be all of a sudden we've flung the doors open and the windows open and the sunshine's coming in and we're happy. It's like there'll be pockets of that. You'll know then that you're starting to recover. And I think that's the most important thing. It's sort of like, don't be too hard on yourself. Just do what comes naturally. And, if you haven't done the housework, so what? It'll be still there tomorrow. You know what I mean? Don't put extra pressure on yourself. You're going to get some very strong dreams too from the other side, and they're going to seem real, as if they're sitting there having a cup of tea with you, and you wake up and you're going to be absolutely heartbroken because you realise it was only a dream. Don't be hard on yourself when that happens. That's them actually coming for a visit to try and sort of say to you that everything's okay, if that makes any sense. And it's because they need it as much as you do. So don't be, let the tears flow. I understand that we have to allow that, but, just know that that's a very, very special thing that doesn't happen to many people. So look at it for what it is, that it will be a very special gift just to you. Is there some younger members of the family that don't quite understand what's gone on?
Yeah.
Because I'm being shown that you're the only one that can put it into words that maybe they can understand, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
it does.
that's what I'm being asked to share with you. Can you do that? Will you do that? Will you make sure that they're okay? You know, like, you can't take their pain away from them, but whatever you can share with them will be very comforting to them and will help. And that, I think, will help heal you too at the same time, if that makes sense. It's sort of sometimes coming together like that, we can help each other. But you're a very, very lovely lady, Sharon, and I know that this isn't the only tragedy you've had in your life. You've had a lot of tragedies over the years, but this one seems to have really rocked you at your foundations, and that's okay, sweetie. We can't always be super strong all the time. You know, we're human too.
No.
So, and I think that's what
Yeah.
you've forgotten. You've forgotten to allow yourself to be human, sweetie, and that's important.
Yeah.
But
right.
Also, they were showing me too that you haven't been looking after yourself, and that's probably quite obvious during all of this, that, you know, you've come sort of last on the list, but they're asking me to share with you it's now time to put you and your well-being first. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Sharon.
Yeah.
That's where we're going to leave, Sharon. It's always a very difficult time when we've had loss in our lives, and we'll all experience it. None of us are immune to that, and each and every one of us handles grief and death in a different way. I've mentioned many, many times on the show, one of the best books I believe on grief is called On Death and Dying by Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. It was her life's work. She spent her whole life working with grief. That is still, in my opinion, the best book on the market for anybody that's going through grief. You can usually pick it up in your local library or buy it online. It's a good book to have on the bookshelf. So for anybody that's going through a tragedy or a loss, On Death and Dying by Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. This week I want to leave you with a song that's an oldie but a goodie, and it's something that I think that we could all do with a little bit more in our lives at the moment. It's by Diana Ross and Lionel Richie, and it's called Endless Love. The words in that song are beautiful, and they're very, very comforting, and I think it's a song that can go right across the ages, and particularly for those of you that have had losses recently or not so recently, and you need to sort of just put a little bit of spark back into your life or a little bit of love in your heart. This is the perfect song for that. Endless Love by Diana Ross and Lionel Richie. So until next week, I look forward to joining you again then. Don't forget to enjoy the Lunar New Year. It's a year of prosperity and change, and you know, most people believe it's the year of the rabbit, the water rabbit, and other people, for the Chinese, it's the year of the rat. So whichever one you want to believe in is fine. Until next week, Happy New Year. Bye-bye.